Quick adjustment to my microphone here. All right, we're going to jump on into this the King of the Tiers tournament here, and we're going to be starting with Tier 3. Let's go ahead and show everyone that's watching now the matchups to be expected. So these are our finalists. These are the people that made it to the finals at each tier. And we're going to be casting our way from top to bottom, but it's working our way upwards through the tiers. So we're starting with Tier 3. So in the first series that we have, Otto Remmer versus Characters Tier 3. And then we'll work our way to Tier 2 with Supperman and Dromar. And then Tier 1 with Hangs and Theseus. And then finally we'll end it with Tier 0 with Jedi 1 and Royal Blue. And without too much further ado, I think since we're set up, and we don't have any issues, no hiccups, I think we could just jump straight into game number 1. So we'll be looking at our first game in our first series, Otto Remmer versus Character. Gonna go ahead and fire this up. We'll switch it over. And joining me today is the very own Royal Blue that is playing from Tier 0. Royal Blue, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good. Yeah, excited to cast these games and looking forward to this series that we have right here in front of us. Two Tier 3 players, actually both Terrans. So going at it here in a TBT.
Yeah, so this is going to be on Polypoid. And let's introduce our players. In the top right corner, it's going to be in the yellow color playing Terran. It's going to be Ego's Character.
Yeah, here in the bottom right, in the black Terran, we have Otto Remmer.
So, a Tier 3 TBT, and it looks like there's a little bit of banter going on between two players already, or at least from Character. I always kind of like it when we see this. It oozes friendliness from the characters. No pun intended. But I like to see good sportsmanship and a little bit of chatter from our players. Obviously, don't do it if you have to focus on the game, but
Yeah. But it's nice to see as a caster it livens up the early game, and I think as a player it kind of makes it more exciting. As we see, the character is kind of stalling on the SCV production right now, so maybe not the best time to be chatting.
yeah,
Still though,
for sure.
exciting chat, and you can tell these players are pretty confident right now. They have just run through a tournament where they had to win, I would say, at least multiple series or best of ones. So they're probably feeling pretty good about their play right now.
Is this chat
This is chat into rush. Yes, that's what we're all thinking. Where are the barracks at? Proxy barracks.
We're starting the series off strong. I love it. 3cc racks. Okay, so we see Otto Remmer's taken his gas. His barracks is now complete. And on the other side of the map, Character's completed his gas. Only one dude in there so far mining though. Barracks is just yet to complete, so he's behind just a little bit. But like you were saying, he minced a little bit of his SCV production in favor of chatting, so that's the price you pay.
Yeah, perhaps so. But both these players opening with what looks to be a fact expand. I don't really like the factory placement here from Otto Remmer behind the gas. We'll see. I think the units are going to pop in the mineral line, but that's okay. There's a factory going down for Character too. So yeah, it looks like Character will expand too, as he has taken SCVs off gas.
Yeah, I just noticed the placement that Otto Remmer decided to put his factory there, and I'd like to ask why. I'm wondering if there's some sort of benefit to this, or maybe it's anti-drop play for later if he's going to keep it there. It's just curious. I've never seen a location like that for a factory.
Yeah, it's definitely going to slow down the initial units that come out of that factory if they are spawning in the mineral line. So yeah, I'm not sure I'm a fan of this. I prefer characters factory placement, and we do see character throwing down the command center actually on the high ground, while Otto Remmer is throwing his down on the low ground. But both these players are indeed going for the factory expand, and it looks like opting for an initial vulture as well before going for machine shop.
Yep, so that vulture's going to come out. Yeah, I really do like it when Terran players do this, creating their CCs on the high ground in preparation to drop it down to the net. It's just so safe. If you can do it, why not? Okay, so 3 on gas for character. Second factory going down. The other one's not producing anything, though. And on the other side of the map for Otto Remmer, machine shop completing, and a tank goes into production immediately. Empty bunker at the front for Otto Remmer. Okay, there he goes. Fills it with 2 Marines. And that 1 vulture there. And it looks like he's kind of just floating his barracks over the high ground for the mineral-only third, while character is sending his barracks across the map to scout.
Now, character scouting with the barracks is pretty wise. He's going to be able to get a tell on what Otto Remmer is doing. But right now, Remmer is not doing too much, just getting a factory and right now saturating their NAT. Character, on the other hand, has gone for a starport and an armory, so getting some of that tech out while staying on just vultures.
Yeah, double vulture production. No machine shops yet out of either of the factories that character has.
Yeah, and now we see character's barracks has stalled just a little bit, so still a little bit unsure of what exactly Remmer is doing. So both these players kind of playing in the dark right now. I'm not sure who this favors. I think Otto Remmer, with the tanks out, has the danger of getting contained here. But they will definitely win a straight up fight against these vultures.
Well, that's if he wants to go in and engage with the vultures. He's probably going to take a pot shot or 2 from these tanks. Yep, one of the vultures goes down immediately, turns around, says nope. Nope and out of that.
Yeah, definitely a wise move to turn around there. Yeah, I would like to see these players using their barracks a little bit more aggressively to scout. But it looks like it's, you know, a TVT at its finest here, as a dropship is coming out from character, so most likely looking to put on some harass pressure, maybe with Goliaths, because they haven't added on any add-ons.
Yeah, double Goliath popping out right now. That dropship's about to pop as well, so I'm curious to see if he loads it up with vultures and sends it straight across. And over on the other
this
side
could
of the
definitely
map,
be effective against the kind of entrenched position that Remmer has with siege tanks in front. If you can get a dropship and get into their main that way, you can abuse the lack of mobility that Remmer has right now.
for sure.
And so it looks like they are loading up some Goliaths, and they're making their way over to Remmer's base. Now, it's worth noting that character is already 7 SCVs behind, so they are going to need to get some damage done with this drop, I think, to kind of make it worth it, almost, to go for this early starport. And these Goliaths really don't trade too well with tanks, so we'll see how this ends up. If he's able to catch Remmer off guard, this drop is actually not doing much. Now it's heading into position, and he's going to drop right behind the north line and start picking off these SCVs.
Bit of economic damage done. 2 SCVs go down. He pulls pretty well, though, Otto Remmer. Nice and in time. Doesn't lose too many more SCVs, and I think this should get cleaned up. Yeah, picking those gulls up and going to move around, probably towards the natural is my guess.
Yeah, picking those gulls up just in time. Some nice dropship micro, and now heading into the natural and unloading there is going to get more SCV kills. And SCVs actually died pretty fast. There is some tanks splashing one of the Goliaths, but the other Goliaths trade pretty well with the SCVs, and now he's going to need to pick them up. Oh no! And he loses all 3 of them.
Very unfortunate.
So, yeah, not quite the outcome character wanted there, losing all of their Goliaths with that drop. But they did get some SCV kills, so they pulled ahead in the SCV count. I think this game may come down to who decides to take the most map control here. Character has gone up to 4 factories, so they are going to have just better production and amount of units for the time being.
Okay, and keeping up with the upgrades here for character. Even though he's got that armory out, it's not spinning, and we don't have any mech upgrades just yet. But for Otto Remmer, his armory has +1 mech weapons almost done. So I think that'll be a significant lead that'll lead into a mid-game advantage.
Yeah, we do see character now starting with +1 weapons. It's not so much +1 as it is +2. That's the big advantage shifter in TVT. And we don't see a starport out just yet for Otto Remmer, but it will be interesting to see who gets that +2 first, and if that does play a factor in the outcome. But right now there's a drop headed right towards the Nat of Otto Remmer, and vultures are getting unloaded there, and they're picking off SCVs.
Oh, they stalled out a little bit.
Yeah, now they're on hold position or stop, it looks like. They're not even shooting. Uh-oh.
That tank's just going to get 3 picks.
Stop, but they do unload or reload the dropship. So this has been nice harassment character, keeping Remmer kind of back and defensive in their base. So I think it's definitely been effective. I'm reading in chat, character does have a second gas, but only 1 SCV on it right now. Remmer, though, deciding to expand down here to 6 o'clock. And character sending some tanks and vultures to deal with it, but I just don't like these positions pushing because you are going through such a narrow route, but there is only 2 tanks in position just yet. So maybe character will be able to make something happen here.
Yeah, I think if he throws down a scan and sees that there's only 2 tanks, he might commit to it. But those tanks being on the high ground and getting the initial pot shots off like they are, it's a bit of a tough position.
Yeah, some really nice positional defense by Otto Remmer with the tank positioning right now, defending these basically 4 bases if they want to take them. But character now expanding to 12 o'clock, so character looking to take their 3rd gas as well.
Character continuing to add on more factories. He's putting down a 5th one now. Science facility down now as well. That's a TVT for you.
Yeah, characters kind of got semi-contained here, but there's not a lot of map presence for either player, and Otto Remmer has a good tank count now.
What I'm really keeping my eye on right now are the blinking factories. So I'm noticing that Otto Remmer's got all 4 of his factories blinking, but even though we have, up to 5 factories from character, sometimes they're not always blinking. I've noticed they are now. So both these players really starting to power up their macro engines. Big transfer.
Yeah, character now starting to. Both players actually starting to saturate that 3rd base. I think character is running into a situation where they don't know where to push at. They do have a lot of tanks forward, but they are just still in this kind of narrow gap. They are going to go for 6 o'clock again, but I think the tanks are aware of this.
Ooh, this
now
is
character does siege up first. And it looks like all the tanks are going to fall here for Otto Remmer. So they need to reinforce this position ASAP.
Okay, alright. Getting some economic damage done, just a little bit. But it looks like Otto Remmer's going to be able to at least reinforce the position. These tanks will have to unsiege and kind of move forward a little bit. And I think with the siege tanks that are coming in for Otto Remmer, he should be able to hold this off. But good, strong defensive positions. We could see tanks that are securing that narrow choke point between the mineral-only 3rd and the 6 o'clock, as well as tanks that are on the high ground at the mineral-only 3rd. So Otto Remmer doing a pretty good job securing his perimeter. In comes another dropship, though, with just 2 vultures in it for character.
Yeah, so missile turrets will greet the dropship, though. And I actually see another dropship coming out from character, and I don't think they're going to be too effective here.
So he loses that dropship. Only 2 vultures in it, though, so not a huge loss, but losing a dropship is still kind of a big deal.
Yeah, Remmer has now got their starport and now their science facility finally finishing, so they are going to be able to start +2 on their tanks. Let's see how character's doing. It looks like they've also already started +2. So character actually now with a slight upgrade advantage, I think. Yeah, I would like to see a few more factories from character now, just to kind of consolidate this macro advantage that they have with characters. They are getting quite a bit of resources now, and GG.
Goodness.
Looks like that was game.
Yeah, very abrupt end to our game here. All right.
I'm not sure exactly what called that for a character.
Yeah, I feel like that was preempted, definitely. But I guess that's...
Yeah, they may have had more bases even. Yeah, there's GG. Were they up in supply?
That's GG. Maybe we missed something? I don't know. It wasn't very obvious to me, but... Gosh, yeah, I guess Auto Remmer takes it. Right?
Yeah, so that's game 1. Yeah, Remmer takes it. This is a best of 3, so there's a chance for character. Oh, character is saying they left by accident now. Okay, that explains it a little bit better. I could see that, maybe hitting Alt QQ.
Okay, game number 2 for this series is up. We're going to be firing it up in just a few moments. Let's jump on into it for game number 2 in this series between Auto Remmer and character for King of the Tier 3 here on Ascension. We'll be looking at our top player here at the 12 o'clock in the magenta color, Terran. It's Auto Remmer.
Yeah, and over here in the bottom left in the yellow Terran we have character. And again, these players kind of chatting it up. This game will be played on Ascension, which has quite a few bases, so it should be it could be a long game here potentially.
I like Ascension. I'm glad they threw into the map pool for CPL, and me and Nightcat, when we were deciding to host this, we decided it would be a good map to throw into the rotation for King of the Tier.
Well, thank you for hosting it. I know it was a lot of fun to play in, and I always appreciate to see tournaments like this.
Absolutely. It was quite tiring, to be honest, but I'm glad I did it.
Have you hosted many tournaments before?
No. This was the first official StarCraft tournament that I've ever hosted.
Wow. Well, I think it went pretty well. I didn't notice anything like too out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I've got some more spare time on my hands as of late, so I kind of decided to dedicate it towards the one thing that I really love, and that's StarCraft, baby.
Nice. I appreciate your dedication. Yeah, that's it. Getting us back to the game, it looks like character is going to try to wall in here.
Yeah, interesting forward racks placement.
Yeah, building their barracks near the ramp. And we see Remmer and character taking their gas as well, so maybe a repeat of the last game, actually. As they look to be maybe going factory and then expanding, potentially.
I would assume so. That seems to be kind of like the cut and dry thing to do in TVTs. At least to open up with. I really don't know, I'm a Zerg player, so feel free to drop the hammer on me if I'm ever wrong on something like that.
No, I would say a factory expand is what you could predict the other guys doing, but they could do anything. There could be a racks expand, there could be a factory starport then expand, so there could be a 2 factory, 2 starport. So there's a lot of potential here for Terran to mix it up and go for something unexpected. So that's why scouting is so important in this matchup, to kind of get an idea of what your opponent is doing. And it looks like both players' scouts are going to cross here at the 3rd base location, so that means they both got them wrong, basically, their initial scout.
A little bit unlucky for both players. And yeah, it's starting to look like factory first for both. And see if they take guys off gas. Yeah, character only has 1 SCV on gas. And same for Auto Remmer, so I think that telegraphs factory expand, yes?
Yes, I think so as well. So it looks like we're seeing kind of mirror builds here from both these players. So it will get into a kind of 2-base scenario as both these players are banking up the minerals to take their expansion. And the nice thing for character is they're going to see this expansion go down, so they know they don't have to worry about any kind of 1-base play from Remmer, so they can already cross out like early Wraiths or quick vulture run by or something like that. So that's important. Meanwhile, Remmer, I don't think they got to see the command center there, did they?
They did. I actually blacked out character's vision as that SCV walked up, and it showed it just barely, so if he managed to click on it, he saw it.
Okay, so there's a chance they saw that command center, and they're going to also know it's an expansion. So we'll see how this game goes on, but it looks like there's an add-on going on for Remmer, and they're also building a bunker, so I'm not sure if that means they saw the expansion. Usually a bunker will go up if you don't see an expansion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so maybe a little weary with the bunker. Yeah, maybe you didn't quite catch it, but that's okay. Finally, first barracks got lifted off and is being sent across. Auto Remmer kind of paused his at the choke
not
point.
Being too aggressive with their barracks in these games. I think you just need to float them and see the factory count if you're playing like as soon as you can. But sometimes you can use them defensively to wall your base. And Remmer's still not really clearing out this SCV behind the mineral line that character has. And in the same time, character has not really set their expansion. So this is why I like expanding on location, even though your expansion is going to be a little delayed because you have to lift it up. Yeah, that's why expanding on location is just better. As we see Remmer's taking the expansion and getting the resources ahead of time.
Yeah, like I was saying in game one, it's nice to build that up on the high ground when you can to be safe, but for this reason, sometimes on site is better.
Yeah, especially when you scout your opponent go on site, you may as well go on site too. Otherwise, you're just going to be a little behind. But I think it shouldn't be too big of a situation. Character, it looks like going for another Goliath drop, so potentially doing the exact same build as last game. We'll see if Remmer is in a better position to defend it. Remmer is going for a Goliath now after the first tank. So, yeah, maybe getting some anti-air to deal with the dropship potentially.
We might just have to wait for the game to unfold a little bit more, but right off the bat, both players have an armory. Neither are spinning. Both players have 2 factories. Remmer has Machine Shop on his, and I did see that he was researching Siege, so he has that.
Okay, so that's similar to last game as well, the rush for Siege from Remmer. And I don't see a dropship yet, but I'm assuming that's what character is going to produce from the starport.
The builds look incredibly similar to game 1. Yep, there's that dropship now blinking at the starport with the 4 Goliaths. And double Machine Shop right after. Interesting.
And maybe throwing down 2 more factories, that would be what they did last game. We'll see here though. Yeah, there's the second factory. So here we go. Hopefully character does not leave this one on accident. I know I would be pretty nervous about that. But here's the first dropship out, so character is going to be able to send this across the map, and guess what? Remmer has no map vision, so they really are not going to be able to scout this at all. The barracks did not make its way into the base. It may pass this dropship, oh, not quite. And so, since the barracks wasn't able to see this dropship coming, Remmer's forces are totally out of position here. There is a siege tank that just popped. This could be the saving grace for Remmer.
Ooh, a second
2
one too.
siege tanks out now too, and they're not really moving, so they should be able to respond to this drop. The SCV pull is pretty quick.
Oh, I got
Another
the
dropship
overlay on
headed
the
to
stream
that.
blocking that. Let's see if I can get a better peek. There we go.
Yeah, the 4 dropships now, 4 Goliaths now heading into the net and actually taking on the tanks head on. Character manages to get out of there with 3 Goliaths, so only taking severe damage on 2 of them. So good control there from character. You never really want to fight tanks head-on like that with your Goliath drop. You want to just fly around and try to pick off SCVs, which character is doing pretty well and keeping Remmer back and in a defensive position. And Remmer posturing like they may want to take a third here, kind of extending out their tank line. But I don't think they need to worry about a third right now. They should just defend their 2 bases. Character, on the other hand, is setting up a third base.
Ooh, character now moving out with some units on the middle of the map. And these tanks for Auto Remmer are not sieged up, so they might be exposed and vulnerable here.
Yeah, and we're seeing at the same time some Goliath harass top right. And these vulnerable tanks not sieged, I think they're still going to be okay. Oh, actually, character reinforcing with 4 tanks is going to be able to take this high ground. And yeah, those Goliaths are going to keep picking away at the SCV line in the main. Wow, character might have enough to just kind of snowball this. They're just pushing in the front too and overwhelming the tank count of Auto Remmer before they can set up their tank line. But here's a good siege up, and the tanks are kind of clumped now for character, taking good splash damage. Oh, they do escape with 2 siege tanks alive.
Look how red those tanks are too. Just
Yes.
one shot away from anything basically on that one.
So some SCVs may be called to repair them, and it looks like they're headed over right now with some vultures to reinforce that position.
Oh no. These vultures are about to get picked off. Yeah, unfortunately loses all 4 of those vultures. Character's probably going to have to surrender this location. I'm bringing up a lot of SCVs. Could be for a mega repair.
Yeah, character hesitant to head off and destroy this and leave this position, so they're going to try to repair these tanks. I like holding on to this high ground. You can kind of set up a contain, maybe limit the expansion count of Remmer, if possible. But I think they're going to get moved off this high ground as 2 tanks is not quite enough, and Remmer is massing up here around their 3rd base location. Character, in the meantime, has actually expanded to the base right below the high ground, so this could be dangerous if they get pushed off the high ground, because tanks can just siege down this gas relatively easily.
I strongly agree, mostly because it seems that character is continually donating a couple of free units. Another set of vultures walked in and got blasted by the tanks that are sieged up from Auto Remmer. And here we have a big fight breaking out on this high ground here between these tanks. Remmer is definitely outnumbering, so yeah, it's not looking good.
Yeah, Remmer also crucially using that barracks for some vision, which is allowing the tanks to kind of make it seem like they have more range than characters. But here's another drop from character heading in, gonna try to pick off this SCV building the command center, and they do get it.
Very nice. Good harassment. That's gonna delay that CC for quite a while. I don't see an SCV being sent out to continue the construction, so that's a nice delay for free.
Yeah, we do see character adding on more factories now, going to 6, and that could be a problem for Remmer as the game goes on, as Remmer is only on 3 right now, so a little bit low on the factory count.
Oh yeah, lots of factories going down for character. He's going up to 6.
Yeah.
I like this a lot. Yeah, Remmer doing a really good job holding this high ground outside of his 3rd. I like the positioning of his Terran units.
Yeah, and I gotta see, character expanding to this base, it just seems like it's only a matter of time before Remmer finds out about it and then pushes down to this high ground. It's being defended by 1 tank and some vultures right now. So there's definitely enough for Remmer to kind of overwhelm that position.
Yeah, definitely curious as to why character didn't take that, I guess, 7 o'clock base as his 3rd. But yeah, that's probably going to spell some trouble later on, should Remmer get a push out. It looks like this barracks is going to get picked off. Character's starting to move out. across the map with vultures, laying down some mines in some critical locations.
Yeah, character again going for kind of a soft contain here, setting up mines, at least taking some map presence, and Remmer being okay with just defending with siege tanks and not worrying so much about taking the map. That being said, both the players are still on 3 bases and just macroing up to around 100 supply, so it's a pretty even game right now. If we take away the idea of the map control that character has.
Oh, and it looks like Otto Remmer's ahead slightly in the upgrades for mech. Has 1-1. Meanwhile, character has just +1 for the attack, but no armor as of yet.
Yeah, character really going for a missile turret wall in the main, so that's going to be effective at holding off drops. But right now we don't see any kind of starport usage from Remmer.
And I love how character's just chilling out up in the top left with that dropship. It's still got vultures in it. I wonder if he forgot about it, or if he's just waiting for that critical moment to drop them and cause some damage.
I think it's actually trapped. I think there's no way this vulture's going to get out of this dropship unless he clears out some of these turrets, because right now this dropship with half HP is going to get picked off pretty quick. But I do like the amount of turrets that character has forced out from Otto Remmer. You never really want to be building a ton of turrets before you're maxed out, in my opinion.
Very nice ring around, a nice perimeter around the main base. Nice perimeter around every base with these turrets, actually. Really nice job.
Yeah, really nice perimeter from Remmer. That's true.
A lot of money spent, though, you're right, yeah.
Yeah, it's a trade-off, right? Definitely character has been annoying drops, so I'm not against building a ring of turrets at this time, I guess. We do see a 4th base going up for character, so this is where the trouble is going to begin for Remmer. Character has this kind of contain that they've set up, so they're going to be able to just take the whole rest of the map, and it's up to Remmer to slowly kind of push this contain back and take bases themselves. So the base they could take right now is like, what, 9 o'clock? It looks pretty open. I think they're scanning it right now, seeing that there's only 2 vultures there. So they're making a little push down to 9 o'clock, and they may be looking to put a command center there to kind of keep pace with character's base count, which is going to be really important.
So I don't know if you just now noticed, but I turned the vision off, and Otto Remmer had scanned that 3rd base location for character, so he knows full well now.
Yeah, Otto Remmer is on top of that location now with siege tanks, so they're not even worried about the defense that character had set up before. And now I think they're going to get this last siege tank on the high ground, and that's going to set them up in a good position if they do want to siege down this 3rd base that character has set up. Now, character is actually going into wraiths. They built a wraiths, so that might prove effective to deal with this high ground. But I think it's just such an advantage for Remmer if they are able to get tanks up here that this base may end up having to lift off. The character is now sending their forces around, not wanting to go up this narrow bridge, but instead trying to go up this kind of ramp, it looks like. So they've sent a group of tanks and Goliaths around, looping around.
I do like this move around decision from character. He's avoiding the main forces of Otto Remmer, and he might be able to sneak in and find something to be able to do with this army of his.
Yeah, I could see even this amount of siege tanks. If you siege up the Nat and you can kind of cut off the factories from the expansions, that could be effective. So they do have to worry about this 1 tank in the choke, but they've taken out that 1 tank, and now they've sieged up in a pretty decent position here. And it's up to Remmer to decide how they want to stop this, because I think the rallies will be attacked by this position the character has taken.
It almost looks like a miniature contain, but it's slowly being reversed as Otto Remmer. I like the response that he took, just kind of creating a perimeter. You see there's 3 tanks on the high ground to the left, and then there's a bunch of tanks sieged up at the Nat to hold off that choke point, so I think he'll be alright.
Yeah, Remmer definitely taking a very strong defensive position. I just, yeah, I worry about how this game is going into the late game with the low factory counts from both players. But it seems like it's going to even out here. And the character does have this constant map control, so they can just take as many bases as they need to. Both players going up to 4 bases, however, so it's pretty even. Here's a group of 4 wraiths now, which are moving out, but they're going to be met by this missile turret.
Yep, they have to turn around immediately. And an interesting point here, if you look at the very top, almost at the 12 o'clock, we could see Auto Remmer starting to stockpile dropships.
Ooh, yeah.
Now a 5th one just popped up and it's going to join that group there. So we might be looking at a mass drop later on.
Yeah, now there is that huge turret wall, which, so that's going to at least dissuade drops from coming in at that angle. However, the rest of the map is not really cut off with turrets, and it looks like the character is going to be relying on Goliaths to defend against air in those locations. So if these dropships get by the Goliaths unscouted, they could do a lot of damage here.
I think from a tactical standpoint, if he sent those dropships around the map on the right side and caught that 6 o'clock base, it would be pretty devastating, and even moving down into the natural as well, where it's not very defended, very, very lightly defended.
Yeah, even just sieging up or dropping where those 2 tanks are right now would be just amazing for Auto Remmer. But that's because we can see the whole map, so we know exactly where it's not that.
I'm trying to do a good job being dynamic, because every time I hear that the little scan go off, I start clicking off visions to see who's discovering what now.
Yeah, it's definitely tough as Terran to even keep on top of your scanners. They do bank up energy fast, but it is a free map pack, so definitely effective. There's another scan going down. You can kind of hear them. Yeah, I'm worried for Remmer though. How are you going to take another base now? And it looks like character is actually mining out this base that you would normally take as a 3rd base.
The number of missile turrets for character is insane, covering that top part of his main.
Yeah, both players going into dropships now as character has got 4 dropships out for themselves.
So 4 loaded dropships for character. He's going to move out with them.
Yeah, and this looks like it might just go directly into the main, and we've actually got some siege tanks clearing out the missile turrets, and if this gets right on top of the factories, there's only 5 factories, so they're not going to be producing that much. Wow, this is a pure Goliath drop. Oh my goodness. So, no siege tanks yet with this drop, but they're going to get right on top of these factories. And here comes Remmer with the weed drop. They're bringing in their dropships. This may get cleaned up here.
Oh no, he's got to pull those dropships back. Don't want to lose those. More forces
Yeah, definitely don't want to
too.
lose your dropships. But the character's factories, Remmer's factory is being attacked by character this whole time.
And even with these Goliaths popping out to assist those tanks, and another tank popping out, still a lot of damage got done. He will clean this up though.
Yeah, here come the wraiths for character as well. They could potentially take out these dropships.
Ooh,
but it looks like they're going to get chased off by 1 Goliath. And so that attack wasn't too effective there for character. They did manage to get into the main and take out some factories, but they got cleaned up by Remmer with the mass dropship. So I think Remmer now needs to use the dropships offensively to either take a base or, take out one of character's bases.
I think I'd have to agree. Behind this, Remmer's actually adding on 2 more factories, so at the end of the day here, Remmer's going to actually end up with more factories than he had originally before that attack.
Okay, so this actually was a tactical mistake here, letting Remmer know that he needs to build more factories. But character again sieging up and looking to take this position right outside Remmer's base. And wow, character has a lot of dropships now. It's like, what, 10? Yeah, so 10 dropships out here. So they're going to be able to ferry in their army into Remmer's base. Remmer actually up to 9k resources, so they could definitely build some turrets here to defend their main. Which it looks like they may be doing now.
You gotta give them
but they're
credit,
gonna
though.
get taken out by these tanks. These tanks are in perfect position.
Absolutely. Trying to rebuild these turrets, too. Get shattered immediately.
Yeah. So that turret wall is not going to work to defend these factories. And now the dropships are swinging over to the rally point for Remmer to try to load up. But this is going to leave the factories exposed, I think. There's nothing really defending these factories. If the scan goes down and that, character is going to be all over this.
So Remmer just put down a scan and saw all those dropships being loaded up. So there will be a response here.
Yeah, here's the redrop from Remmer, but I think character has too much here, and he cleans it up with all those siege tanks taking almost no damage, it felt like. And now Remmer's got to be desperate here, loading up some more dropships.
Ooh, this might be a doomsday scenario for Otto Remmer, unfortunately, with this big drop going into the main.
Yeah, definitely, and the siege tanks sieging up on the factories, so Remmer's not really going to be able to produce anything. They've got to rely on the units they have out on the map.
Well, these Goliaths just doing a great job fencing off the opposite players' dropships, really preventing that drop from just landing right on top of your army. Okay, he's doing what he can. Sieged up.
Yeah, Remmer battling back into it, defending their factories.
Unfortunately, he's losing his factories through this attack.
Yeah, I think this is kind of the last gasp for Remmer. They've got to hold on to these factories. They have enough resources to rebuild them, but they just don't have any more space. And I don't think they have enough time to rebuild their infrastructure. So losing these factories is pretty devastating now.
All three factories in the red. 1 goes down, 2 goes down, 3 goes down. No more factories for Otto Remmer. Not looking like this is a good scenario for him to be in. Very long and impressive game from these tier 3 players. Both on maxed out armies, upgrade-wise, both on 3-3. Banking up resources, yeah, even the best of us do that. It can be tough when there's so much going on. Oh, I like this.
Yeah, I really like the contain that characters set up, as well as the dropship play with the siege tanks taking out the turrets. That was really effective.
You see this
way to win.
Sneaky drop here in the lower right with all these SCVs?
Yeah, some SCV football going on, right? There's definitely enough resources to rebuild for Remmer, but will they be able to buy time to set up this base?
Well, I don't think character's going to give him the time, though. Continuing to drop.
Yeah, character getting into the main now, again with drop, and clearing out the last remaining forces there for Remmer. Remmer's just rebuilding a main in bottom right, though.
Oh my
yeah, and
goodness.
all the dropships getting picked off into the map for Remmer, so that's really going to hurt them. And yeah, they've got this high ground. That's kind of their last defensive position, this high ground in their fourth base, which is their last mining base, so I guess that's the one you want to defend. But they're going to have to rebuild all their factories, all their depots, all their tech, which it looks like they're doing here in the bottom right. They just need to buy more time, I think.
So much construction going on here in the bottom right. A bit of desperation, but I love it. This is so juicy. I love this. Great play. Don't know if it'll save them from the rest of the game, but I definitely like the enthusiasm.
Yeah, character now, though the jig may be up, character sending a couple Goliaths over to check it out, and there's a bunker going down, but they're going to pick off this SCV before it builds the bunker. And then character must know. Oh,
No, he's just gonna walk right
walk
past it.
by. They just say it's an empty. We gotta work with that. And there's a tank about a third of the way done, but no units, no real fighting units over here. And Remmer has to call it.
Yeah, GG. Well played. Double well played. Excellent game. 28 minutes long. That's a TVT for you.
It's a battle. Lots of siege tanks recently.
So character taking the game.
Yeah, evening it up. Now, were we able to see who was the losers bracket champion and who was the winners bracket champion?
I don't know offhand, but for viewers' sake, I'm gonna throw the challenge bracket link into the chat if anyone wants to peek at it. There we go. And hey, you know what this means? This means we go into game 3 for the series.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Let me find that replay file. Host it up.
Okay, so it looks like there was how many players? It wasn't that many in CPL, but it looks like Remmer. Oh, so there was a losers bracket, and character came out of the losers bracket, and Remmer took it from the winners bracket. So character has to win 2 best of 3s, right?
Yes,
so
that is
if they win
correct.
This game, then they'll go into another best of 3 to decide who really wins. This is just practice best.
Oh boy. And I haven't looked at anything in the future, so I don't know the results. I don't know if you do, but we could be getting ourselves into a very, very long cast here if this goes into a bunch of more than one best of 3s. TVTs. Yeah. All right.
Let's do it. Let's get into the next game.
Let's boot this up. Jump into the final game of the first series for Tier 3. Alright, so this time we're going to be on Eclipse. And in the upper right corner of this map on Eclipse, in the yellow color playing Terran, it's going to be character.
Yeah, and here we have in the bottom left Otto Remmer playing as the gray Terran.
Gray?
Is this not gray?
That's gray. Don't trust me, I'm colorblind.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
all my
partially.
playcasters are colorblind. That's what happens. I don't know why.
So,
yeah, Shroom of Doom. Yeah.
TVT on Eclipse. Any thoughts?
Any thoughts? Yeah, this could lead to a longer game. Just seeing in chat, it's maybe a longer game. There is a lot of high grounds on this map. Some defensive positions can be taken. I think the bottom right expansions are really hard to take if they're defended well. So there's certain bases here that are going to be hard to break. It's hard for dropships even to do much damage on this map. So we'll see how these players decide to play it out. Definitely the top left expansion with 2 gas could be really important. Whoever takes that base will have a gas advantage, which could lead to more mech units out on the field for them. Yeah, no 8 racks just yet. It looks like both players are going for the racks expand again, or the factory expand, I should say, as they are adding on their gas.
Aw, no forward 8 racks? Boo.
I like it though, these players going with what they're comfortable with, what they know, and not trying to do something, on the fly here in the last game of a best of 3.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the time to shine, not the time for a random gimmick and hope and pray. Okay, Scout's gonna cross paths. High five on the way. Everything looking pretty normal so far. TVTs, I feel like, kind of develop a little slower than most of their matchups.
That may be true. We're definitely seeing that in this series. These players both going for a factory now. and kind of trying to chase off the scouting SCV of their opponent. Yeah, noticing the gas count, both players only with one guy on gas, so they will be most likely taking a command center here.
Right, and that's for both players. So yeah, looking like we're going to follow suit with both game number 1 and 2 with the factory expands. And who can blame them? But I must say...
Now, who do you think has the edge here going into game 3, like psychologically?
It's tough. When both of the players are holding a victory and this one decides it, I don't know. See, I think both of these players are playing really well. And they both definitely have a particular style that shines at certain moments of the game. And it's just, it's tough. It's a tough call. I really like the way both of these guys are playing. If I had to pick one that had an advantage, it might be character, because I feel like he's a little bit more mobile and aggressive.
Yeah, I think the contain strategy from character has proven effective in game 2, and it's not like it lost game 1. Game 1 was, you know, kind of a draw, I would say, when it was ended. So I would give character a little bit of an edge here in this game 2, or game 3, I should say, because they only really lost game 2. But here we see Remmer again going and an add-on, so most likely going into that Siege expand build. And yeah, character, I think, prepping for another Goliath drop. So we will see, hopefully Remmer is a little bit privy to this and builds some fences, or at least gets their tanks in position. But this is undoubtedly a hard build to stop, because the Goliaths can just pick up where your tanks are and then drop where they aren't.
For sure, yeah. A lot of the same tendencies we're seeing from game 1 and game 2, like for example the floating barracks that Otto Remmer has kind of structured at a key location where units would come down, but not moving across the map to scout his opponent.
Yeah, and I think character kind of not sending out their first barracks, maybe forgetting about it a little bit, because it's not doing much good right now. But character is really the one that's going for the drops, so they're the one that needs to get scouted by Remmer. I think character is going to be able to scout with their drop and see that Remmer is kind of up to the same thing. They've got one factory tank production, they've got siege mode, they've got a bunker up. They're just playing pretty safe Terran versus Terran here at the start.
So yeah, same builds, same styles. We're just playing it safe. I must say though, I really do like the drop play from character. I feel like it brings a lot of dynamic play to the game that it gives us content to gas for. Okay, second machine shop on the second factory for Otto Remmer. No machine shops just yet for character though. Definitely wants to get those Goliaths pumped out, probably for that dropship play. Third factory going down. Okay, there's that dropship in production now.
Yeah, character really needs to take their nat gas. Okay, here they are. And so they've got their nat gas going, so they're going to be able to add up to 4 factories. And let's see how much damage they can do with this Goliath drop. We do see Remmer positioning a tank in the net, or in the main line, I should say. And they're getting an academy and putting up some missile turrets. So I think they're definitely aware of what's coming. I think they have a good idea of what's coming from character here, even without sending out their barracks. We're going to see a couple missile turrets in the main that are ready to fend off this dropship. The vultures are heading out, and they may try to distract Remmer at the front. But I think this turret is just going to take out this dropship. We'll see here.
Yeah, we'll see if he can manage to finagle it and get it in. I think this gap between the two turrets in the main might be wide enough that you could sneak in a dropship in between.
Yeah, there is a third turret going up, and it looks like character's going to sneak the left side of the map. They did suicide all their vultures to the tanks, and they do sneak their Goliaths in, but there is a tank in the main ready, just waiting for them.
Otto's
so they're
ready.
Head over to the mat. Yeah, Otto is
he's
prepared
ready
this game. Yeah.
And here, I think we start to see the beauty of a format other than best of one. When you have a multi-game format against the same player, you learn to adapt against that player, and that really the beauty of StarCraft shines through that, when you can make little tactical decisions that change based on the way your opponent plays. So definitely a round of applause for Otto Remmer here for anticipating this drop play once again and handling it very well.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And we're seeing now character going for that third base. So character realizing their drop play didn't do too much, they're transitioning and gonna try to take a third base and maybe play a macro game. They don't really have any units out here containing Remmer just yet, but as we know, Remmer is a very defensive player, so they're not really taking any map control now either. I think when your opponent loses a Goliath drop like that, there is a timing to attack them because they can no harass you, especially since we know they sent all their vultures in too. But Remmer is just opting to kind of sit back and let the game come to them. They are taking a third base themselves. I think it's just going to be important to not get contained and to get that third gas up as soon as you can, right?
Yeah, I think so. Fairly passive play, both definitely trying to play as safe as possible. Lots of sieged up tanks in both bases, trying to make sure there's no gimmicks. Oh, this SCV that got caught by the turret. Oh, Otto had to take him out, free up a supply.
Sacrifice. Yeah. So character actually seeing that the third base is not up yet for Remmer is unloading their dropship there on that location, and they're just denying bases right now and setting up their own third base. So character must think they're ahead, but Remmer with their turret ring, they're going to be able to push up with their siege tanks and potentially take this third base. Character actually flying their command center a little too far here.
Look at this beautiful arc of siege tanks from Remmer on the low ground. Just covering.
Yeah, try pushing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sending vultures in too, not going to work. So that's good defense from Remmer so far. I do worry about, taking this third base though. They're going to have to push up to the high ground.
I think if he just drops
vultures up there,
if he just drops a scan, siege out those mines.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh no. Unfortunately, loses one of those tanks to the mines.
Yeah. Little unfortunate there, and the command center is still lifted, so character is going to be able to land their third and potentially saturate it a little ahead of Remmer.
Oh, and he's not going to be able to drop this command center because there's mines there in the way. Going to send out that scan. Oh, nearly loses another tank. Whew. He's got to be careful. Should be able to defuse, no problem. Okay, gets away with it. Should be able to land that command center, no issues now.
Here's two dropships now coming in for characters, so they've denied this expansion launch. They've got some dropships they're going to drop on the high ground, but they actually drop in range of this tank on the low ground. And that tank on the low ground is going to take out these tanks. Ooh, it's down to 3 HP now. Yeah, I think it'll die. Yeah, so this drop not really too effective. They may... Oh, these SCVs are transferring though, and if the vultures get unloaded... Yeah, here we go.
Still plenty of vultures here for character to be dropped as well. Drops 2 of them. Okay.
Yeah, again, chasing off these workers from mining at this base. So, if character was able to saturate their third base behind this, I would say they're ahead, but they haven't yet saturated that third base. So, both players still on the 2 bases mining.
Better factory counts this game too. Both players
yeah,
sitting on
definitely
6.
For Remmer. Yeah, Remmer's filling up the factories this game.
And we see an SCV from character moving into what would be the would-be 4th base position. Wondering if he's going to want to take an early 4th? Would this be considered an early 4th in TVT? If he does drop it.
Yeah, that's a good question. I would not say this is fourth. Um, yeah, you can definitely take it earlier for depending on what your opponent's doing. And both players now, yeah, Vem are taking their fourth command center now at the third location. So yeah, both these players very defensive. Adding up the factories, no real like conflicts going on right now. Like if you could look at the map, there's not a lot of mini map. I should say there's not a lot of control for either player. They're both kind of on their side of the map, I should say.
I feel like the defensive playstyle kind of lends itself to Terran a little bit too. Terran's just such a structurally robust race when it comes to defenses. But yeah, not a lot of aggression.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to push the tank lines that both these players have set up. So it looks like we are gearing up for a longer game. It's just going to be, I think, a matter of who can take map control and deny their opponent's expansions. Character here taking a fourth base on location, and it doesn't look like Remmer has anything to slow them down. So they're going to get another base up here if they're able to defend this one.
So I think now we just kind of kick back, relax, put our feet up, and watch a very slowly evolving TVT game.
Yeah, both players getting their upgrades going, getting that tech that they need. Now it looks like they're going to be in a little conflict. So there is going to be a fight over these fourth base locations as they are kind of pushing towards each other right now to set up a new expansion. But they do have these high grounds that they can sit at and defend. So right now Remmer is sitting on their ramp. And it's going to be hard for character to push this location without opening numbers. But here character comes with, maybe 8-9 tanks and some vultures.
Who's got to watch
out? They do just lose one tank.
Yep, donating a couple free tanks. I love this siege tank line right here from Remmer. Really nice.
Yeah, I wonder if it's worth it for Remmer to maybe even try to push through the center of the map, because they're definitely not going to take any damage here at this location anymore. These tanks, like you said, have proven so useful at picking off characters' kind of roaming tank. And there's actually an avenue through the middle to that third base location that Remmer could easily take. Now character actually positioning their army to try to defend the middle, so maybe aware of that, wanting to get more map vision, laying some mines even.
Oh, okay. We're starting to see a little bit more of an aggressive move out from character. Really trying to seize a little bit more of the map.
Yeah, I like this play. I think this middle choke is pretty easy to defend, and whoever claims the middle in TVT is usually in a very good position. Character may be getting a little ahead of themselves though, sieging up just inside of some siege tank range, so their units are getting kind of scattered right now.
Yeah, lots of free picks here for auto Remmer, so this should be cleaned up pretty easily, I think. At least as long as character continues to push into it.
Yeah, these dropships too getting a little ahead and exposed, and one of them gets picked off. Again though, character now has moved onto Remmer's side of the map and has set up a little bit of a contain, I would say, with mines and siege tanks. So if this contain is allowed to stand and be reinforced, character, as we can see, kind of has a better standing as far as taking bottom right. But right now they're donating a lot of units in the center to this siege tank line that Remmer has, painstakingly set up.
Character in the chat is following. I highlighted a moment where he accidentally attacked moved on his tank. Hey, it happens to the best of us, man. Don't feel bad about it. To assert dominance, of course, right.
Yes.
Just a show of strength. I don't need these units.
Ooh, here's a dropships being loaded up and moving some Goliaths. And now trying to unload on some siege tanks, but it looks like this drop is going to get cleaned up. Maybe taking out a couple siege tanks here at Remmer's fourth base location, but Not a good trade for character, I'm afraid.
Not too bad, all things considered, though. He probably didn't have vision of the anti-air that was there, and actually turned his dropships around really quick and kind of micro-finagled them around. Didn't lose them for a while, so I'll give him a round of applause for that. I like the micro there from the dropships. Did end up losing 2 out of 3, though, in the end, but it is what it is.
Yeah, character now having taken out those couple tanks on the high ground, looking to move even closer to the fourth base of Remmer. But I think this attack is not really what you want to be doing at this timing, because the siege tank line is already set up. Remmer looks very fortified. It seems like just taking the rest of the map seems like the ideal situation for Terran.
Lots of factories this time for Auto Remmer, but all of them right now idle.
Yeah, I do like the fact count, though. Definitely aware of what happened last game and losing your factories, how important it is to keep that fact count high so you can produce units.
A Wraith!
Oh, we do see a Wraith. And
now it's gone.
we don't see a Wraith anymore. Yeah.
Characters like that kid in the back of the classroom that folds up the paper airplane and sends it flying to the front. And the teacher just grabs it and says, "No!"
Yeah, immediately deals with it. We see triple starports for character with add-ons. So I wonder if this means mass drop. What exactly they're going for? They are upgrading Cloak at 1 starport.
Just little bits of slow skirmishes here in the middle. Nobody really pushing into each other just yet. Character did make a 5th command center at the 4th. Has yet to do anything with it. Probably, if I had to take a guess, we'll lift it and try to take the top left. And if he could secure that and then line it with siege tanks, I think he'd be in a pretty good position for a much longer game if they're both trying to play a long game, which it looks like they certainly are.
Yeah, both these players can tend to play a long game, it looks like. So, yeah, whoever takes this top left expansion and a siege line there first will have an advantage.
Ooh, also worth noting, at Otto's 4th, he also built another command center. So it looks like they might be on the same page.
Yeah, it looks like this will be a big conflict over top left. Characters setting up some turrets in right, but no expansion plans there just yet.
I love these turrets by character in the bottom.
Yeah, me too.
Love it. Just love it.
Agreed. I think this shuts off a potential drop over here and just kind of scouts out, lets you know that no base is going down for your opponent.
Here come those
Wraiths.
Okay,
characters going for it. This is like a siege line. All the Goliaths going over the hill, trying to run through this little, ravine or gully here. Or this low ground, I should say. And they get taken out here. So again, we see a hole from Remmer, with those 5 tanks proving so useful. And now, actually, character doesn't have much to defend this 4th base. They're rushing to reinforce this location. And it looks like they're going to be there in time.
Scans going down everywhere. I can't keep up. Ooh, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Big dropship
Some
move
mass
out.
drop. Yeah, and it looks like it's escaped through the turret line, and they've now landed. So this is going to be crucial here. Whoever can take bottom right, this is going to be huge. All these tanks, how are you going to push into bottom right now? We'll see if Remmer decides to leave their tanks here or to continue on with their dropships and try to drop another location. But definitely this has got to put some fear in character, seeing this location so defended now.
Do you think that was the right move to do? To drop all of that at the bottom right base? It exposes the drop. So if character hadn't known about it, he knows about it now.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you clear the turrets, you secure the bases.
Yeah. It's definitely the safe move, which we've seen Remmer go for kind of here, I think, is the safe move in this series. So just securing these 2 bases is going to allow Remmer to stay in the game and progress the game. So I'm not against it, but yeah, seeing what we see, we can actually see that there was a path into the main potentially with those dropships that could have ended the game.
But
it is always
to send those units down to defend. Not quite working out though.
It's hard to get up onto these high grounds now that Remmer has all these siege tanks on there, and this turret ring as well. So now Remmer can kind of take these bases whenever they want, and it's going to take a long time for them to get mined out. I wonder what the play is for a character now.
I'll tell you what the play is for Otto Remmer. Battlecruisers are about to become operational. Triple start.
Oh wow, yeah.
Physics lab.
Not just triple, there's 5, I see.
Are there more? I missed the 2 at the bottom. There's 5, you're right.
Yeah, but this looks like mass battlecruisers, and Remmer is currently maxed, but BCs are going to be really effective at holding bottom right bases as well, or potentially putting on pressure in the top left. So I really like this battlecruiser transition as the map gets all these tank lines. I think it's the right call here. Remmer kind of suiciding some tanks, but maybe trying to push character out of the middle.
He might also be trying to free up some supply for those BCs as well.
I think that's a good point as well. Yes, that's worth mentioning. Remmer has so much resources and their mats, so they're looking to free up some supply and get BCs out. And at the same time, like, if they're trading okay with character, that's just a bonus, you know?
Yeah, if we're going to predict this game based on the banks of the players, definitely looking strong for Otto.
That's true. I think Otto even had a bigger bank in the last game as well. But I like Otto's position here as well. I think the BCs coming out are very useful. Now, Otto's third base is a little exposed. It's almost mined out, but the SCVs here could be useful to mine other bases. And it looks like character is just content to keep pushing through the middle. And maybe they're hoping to cut off these factories from the rest of Remmer's bases. But when they see these BCs, they're not going to be happy. There is some Goliaths with their army, but I don't think they have enough right now.
No air upgrades just yet for Otto Remmer, but a couple of BCs are out on the field now. What character needs is a real nice scan to pick up on it and understand that there's going to be a big switch here. Yeah, you're right, couple Goliaths that are on the field. Even more that just popped out of the factories.
Yeah, a lot more coming out now, so maybe that's what they need.
Production queues
they are
now,
yep.
Lots of Goliaths popping out. So I think he might know at this point.
So character is kind of pulled up their siege tank line from the side, and now they're taking out the tanks one at a time, so I really like this play from character. And this is only allowing them to like strengthen their contain. I don't like how they're not defending top left, but at least they're putting a lot of pressure on Remmer to defend this push. And Remmer behind this has not saturated any base right, so it's pretty even right now, even though Remmer has such a huge bank. It's just a matter of seeing what these BCs are going to do when they get out there. Remmer has kind of held on with their tank count, but they're going to rely on these BCs to like turn the tide, I feel.
One of the issues that Otto might run into is if character manages to get enough anti-air, especially Goliaths, he's already maxed out on upgrades for mech. Those Goliaths are 3-3. These battlecruisers are 0-0. That's a major disparity.
Some Goliaths do make it over to the top left, however, and they are going to a lot of SCs over here. I totally agree with you, though. The amount of upgrades on your mech, as well as on the air, plays a huge factor in the late game for TBT if you are going air. So these Goliaths will trade pretty well, as long as they don't all die to siege tanks. Yeah, so characters expansion here in the top left does get taken out. That's definitely not something you want to see. And now the BCs are introduced to, they are taking out Goliaths.
Here's where the magic happens, folks. The exposure of the BCs. Now we see if this tech switch is going to make the money work.
Yes, this is what we needed. BCs to break the tank line. I'm to see it from Remmer. So they're forcing character back now. So they have kind of turned the tide of this battle, but character has a fleet of wraiths now.
Yep.
I don't know if you were picking up on that.
Yep, I just now caught it. Fleet of wraiths moving to intercept these battle cruisers. Oh, being a little cautious, moving with the army in formation.
Yeah, definitely good to be cautious with these wraiths. You want to fight the BCs at the same time you're fighting with your wraiths. But character now sending in a few ahead of schedule float.
Here we go.
And we'll see how Remmer responds. Couple not close, taking some shots now. Taking out one BC though, but really quick actually. And there's, oh, here's the scan. Okay, so 1-1 now on the BCs, Remmer.
Okay, so we're slowly developing into this full air transition with battle cruisers. And with a bank like that, why not?
Yeah, I agree, especially if they help you defend these bottom right. It looks like, though, Remmer is kind of losing their grip on the top left as their BCs and being cut off by character has kind of weakened the tank count over there, and now they've finally been overwhelmed by character. BCs, however, are headed up there, and there is 8 BCs, so this is going to be enough to fight whatever character has right now.
Wow, just lots of action happening now. The dropships trying to get across the map for Auto Remmer. A lot of them getting picked off, though, midway.
I think they were suicided. I think they were empty, and Remmer just didn't want the supply to be dropships anymore.
You're right, they're all empty.
Here comes a big fight, though, in the middle, I think. Goliaths and the Wraiths have a chance to pounce on these BCs. Oh, not quite taking advantage just yet.
Turn around and fight! I gotta say, I'm starting to get a little bit worried for character because of his gas. It's starting to get a little bit low.
They do have both the gas in top left. If they put some SCVs on there, they could be okay. But I hear what you're saying. They're definitely below on gas of Remmer. So it looks like it's going to be Wraith against BC. And I gotta say, I like BCs in this battle. BCs get repaired, they are in superior upgrades, and there's a good number of them out right now. So they're going to be able to run over this Wraith group, I think.
It looks like Otto wants to press in with these 2-2 battle cruisers. Gotta say, I really like the idea, and I agree with you, this is definitely advantageous for him.
Yeah, nice scan to see those Wraiths, and yeah, another scan, and all the Wraiths get taken out. And this BC group, I think he lost one BC. They've been clearing house right now. Another scan is going to be needed, though. Yep, and he instantly takes out all the Wraiths as soon as he can. Yeah, so 10 BCs left alive. I'd love to see some repair, but they almost don't need to.
They're just so beefy. I mean,
yeah,
they're just crashing through everything as well, like a hot
BC
knife
tank
through butter.
is such a good composition, I think. Yeah, sending some of the injured BCs back to repair, but they are putting on a lot of pressure here at the top left. So this is character's last, well, not their last mining base, but one of their last bases here. And I think they don't really have an army left to compete with what Remmer has, with so many BCs still alive.
Yeah, this top left base right here is probably critical for the game to continue on for character. Ooh, look, some Valkyries flying even.
Ooh, yeah. So we'll see how the Valk micro is here. The armor upgrades on the BC is pretty good though.
I'm looking for that 3-3 if it's on the way. It's not. Armors are not spinning for auto rimmer, so it might be we just stay on 2-2. That's okay. Those BCs are definitely powerful enough.
Yeah, and I think each bulk shot does 6 damage, right? So 5 armor is pretty good on the BC.
Yeah, 6 damage.
I'm surprised Remmer hasn't saturated the bottom right. They definitely have a lot more resources. They had some SCVs over there. But both these players actually now have taken a lot of eco damage, so they're down to around 30-37 SCVs each. And I think that just favors whoever has the bigger army out on the field right now, which is definitely Remmer. Remmer, again, playing defensively, taking some time out to repair their injured BCs. But I think once they begin again their attack, they're going to have a lot to deal with character. That being said, character has masked up their Valkyries now. And with some Goliaths, they may be able to hold off and defend this base. I don't think they're going to be able to push against these siege tanks here, though. Remmer wandering into tank range themselves.
Yeah, losing a few of those siege tanks, but when he's so close to maxed and he probably wants more BCs, was that on purpose or not? Gotta wonder.
Yeah.
Yeah, just continually chucking more in. Okay, does turn around, so maybe he doesn't want to lose those on purpose. And sieges up and holds the ground on this upper left double gas base. That's so valuable. Dropping a command center down. If this base goes up and becomes online operational and he saturates it, it's definitely game over.
Yeah, Remmer doesn't even have to push anymore. You know, I'm talking about, oh, Remmer could just use his PC and end the game, but why? Why expose them to this vault fleet that character is setting up? Why not just defend? So it looks like Remmer is going to just take another base and allow the game to kind of go. Which I can't say I disagree with, considering this last game of the best of 3. You definitely want to play safe. So now 9 Valks out on the 10. So character definitely switching into the anti-air.
Got those 1-1 upgrades as well now.
Oh, okay. So that's good. They don't want to get too aggressive. Oh, they're going to pick off a couple. Oh, and they don't do any damage.
that armor.
Felt like nothing happened there. If I'm character, I'm a little upset.
I was right there with you, rooting for those Valkyries, and then we saw the damage, and I was like, "Oh, well, that just takes the wind right out of the sails." Aw.
Yeah.
Yeah, very stalemate-ish right now. More Valkyries in production for character. That's where he's choosing to allocate the remainder of his gas. So this has to work, this anti-BC defense. A couple of tanks left. Alright, it's inching forward a little bit on this upper left base.
Well, this is like a huge showdown here with these siege tanks. But the rest of the map is kind of not being mined, so it's kind of going to come down to who trades well this battle.
Yeah, like you were saying before, with Auto Remmer, he's got those 2 bases in the bottom right, but hasn't saturated them yet, and I feel like if he did, it would just make his position even stronger.
Yeah, I agree, and actually not saturating those bases kind of allowed character to creep up in the supply count to even things up a little bit. We do know those bulks take up a lot of supply, and Yeah, I think they need tanks, but they also need to deal with all these BCs.
How much supply is one Valkyrie?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think it's either
I
so
want
it's not that much.
to say 2, but then I feel
Really?
like I'm dead wrong.
Yeah, I think it's either 3 or 4. Maybe someone in chat can help us out.
Chat, to the rescue.
Thing.
So yeah, here it looks like we have a last-ditch effort. Push out from character, really trying to stop the top left base.
Okay, but here's the fight though. The BCs outnumber the Valks, and the Valks weren't all firing there, and it looks like the BCs are going to take the day here, taking very little damage actually.
Oof, once again, like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, BC good unit. Yeah, Remmer isn't really mining the remaining minerals out on the map. They're just waiting for a character to mine out, it looks like.
Interesting. A lot of ultra production now for character.
Much more. Yeah, this is where you spend your last minerals and hope you can get some SCV kills or something. But I don't think anything's going to really happen with these vultures.
They are 3-3 though, so...
Okay. So they're going to trade really well with exactly what on the map.
I have no follow-up to my point, I'm just stating.
See, and it looks like all the vultures taken out by siege tank fire. They do kill, you know, maybe 2 or 3 SCVs there. But that's really not what you wanted from character. You wanted to get some, you know, critical damage on Remmer, and it looks like Remmer's bases that are mining are so well defended that vultures alone are just not going to cut it. You need some kind of big push, and I don't see that coming out of character here. They've invested a lot in these vultures.
I don't see any production happening for character right now. That's rather worrisome.
Well, they're gonna mine out here, so they need to be very, you know, sure about how they're gonna spend their last resources.
Ooh, definitely a big round of applause to Otto Remmer for repairing these BCs manually. Fixing them up, adding a whole lot of additional value.
Yeah, what do you mean by manually? Is there another way to do
it? We're playing Brood War here, everything's on manual.
Yes, we are playing Brood War.
So, I guess that was a redundant statement.
No, I'm just messing with you.
You know what I mean, it takes
yeah,
him to
I
do
know
that.
you mean. SC2, you can just hit a button and like everything appears, right? Is that what it goes on? Okay, so here come the Valkyries, maybe looking for a last trade, but the turrets are going to force them away.
Now with +2 weapons.
Yeah, so they may be able to do slightly more damage, but 3-3 has kicked in for character. I mean, for Remmer, I should say.
3-3 battle cruisers. What now?
Yeah, what now? Especially when you're near maxed with them, it's pretty hard to break. And yeah, these Valks not really getting any damage done, not getting the shots they wanted.
He sure is
playing
looking
very
low.
defensive, hiding behind their turrets. Yeah, character being very active with their last units here. Yeah, the VCs have seen enough. They're ready.
I've had enough. I'm 3-3. You die now.
The knife is heated up.
Juicy Yamato cannon. Love it.
Oh yeah, just whatever you need to do to destroy those buildings. And here come the Valks. Yeah, they've got some Wraith support. The Wraiths are going to cloak, and here's the big battle.
Oh, it's so unfortunate.
Yeah, this fleet for Remmer is just too big.
Like tickle rockets.
Yeah. Yeah, you really need to overwhelm some of the BCs in each fight, or they just get repaired, and the fleet just grows and grows, which is what we've seen here from Remmer.
I really want to see this death push from all these BCs. Getting real excited for it. We're nearing the end, probably. Hey, there it is. GG, well played.
GG. What a series.
There you have it, folks. That's a series.
Okay, so congratulations to Remmer, right? Our Tier 3 champion for King of the Tiers.
Auto Remmer, I place this crown upon your head. Great series. Great TVT series. They're not always super exciting, I know. But, you know, I think both these players played really well. So, definitely a round of applause to both of them. So with that out of the way, now we're going to be moving on to King of Tier 2. And for Tier 2, it's going to be our very own Supperman and Dromar head-to-head. What do you say? You want to jump right into game number 1?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Let's get it going. We're going to fire this replay up and jump right on in. Oh boy, the very beginning of the series for the King of Tier 2. How exciting. This is going to be beginning on Ascension, and in the left side of the map on Ascension, playing in the purple color as Zerg, it's going to be Dromar.
Yeah, and over here in the bottom right, we have Supperman playing as the Protoss.
That's blue, right? I'm colorblind.
Yes, it is blue, I'm pretty sure.
So just a note, real quick, because game number 1 for the Tier 3 series was actually on Polypoid. Now, with a different number of players signing up for different tiers, the map rotations actually differ between the rounds because of how many different players we have. So the map pool would typically continue rotating, but with, you know, different amounts of players. How am I trying to say this? I gotta word this better. You can end up on different beginning maps, and different rotations as well throughout the different tiers, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. It looks like, and hopefully chat does as well, but it looks like each series happens with like different number of players, right? Or each round. So also, how did you advise about choosing the next map? Is it loser picks, or did they just go to the next round in the rotation?
For the finals, we let the players decide, actually, for each different set. So I asked players if they would want to do loser picks, and if both players agreed, they would do that. If not, you just follow the map rotation and just continue.
And did anyone agree to let loser pick?
Yeah, a few did. I think some of the lower tiers did. We'd have to ask Nightcat about that, because he oversaw Tier 2 and 3.
Okay.
But I think Tiers 0 and 1, neither tiers opted in for that, and they just followed the map rotation.
Well, it looks like Supperman going for the Forge Expand and placing their Nexus before their first cannon.
Yeah, and I
caught
caught
getting
it.
a little bit of a scout.
I did catch it, but I didn't say anything about it. I'm pretty sure this was a 9 hatch before Overlord for Zerg at the expansion, because that is a very quick hatchery at the natural.
Yeah, that is a very quick hatch. You're right about that. I did not see exactly how fast it was played.
Just kind of trying to keep tabs, but yeah, that's very interesting. We don't see that very often in any tier.
Yeah, so what do you think that signifies here at such a fast hatch? Perhaps more Zerglings? And it looks like a third hatch going down now for Dromar as well.
And Sufferman getting the scout off immediately. I think with the unusual location of this third hatch and the quickness of the second hatch, it lends itself to a larva-heavy style of play, so you might be right about some sort of Zergling play, a Zergling all-in maybe. But it could just be to throw his opponent off. I'm actually not too sure because I don't see this hardly ever.
Okay. Yeah, definitely the larva will be available to clear. So we'll see how Dromar decides to use it. They are saturating their gas in the main, so potentially they could get link speed.
Oh, it was 10 hatch. I missed the extractor trick.
Okay. And they are building a couple of Zerglings now. And their first gas goes to the lair. It's like...
Okay, alright. A couple Zerglings popping out. Probably going to deal with this probe, this scout. Want to get that guy out alive. Hatchery at the third pops.
Yeah, over on Cybermen's side, it looks like the Stargate is just now started as the Cybernetics core finishes. And they've got a couple Zealots out right now.
Oh, okay. Fourth hatchery going down at the natural for Dromar. I think... I gotta speculate here. With a lair and a fourth hatch. You know what? I'm just gonna let it unfold. I'm gonna let this just unfold and surprise everyone.
Okay, let's see how it goes, right? Like, develop.
No Zergling speed on the way. Lair just popped, so we're gonna find out what this tech is.
Yeah, is this gonna be a Spire? They just killed the probe.
Probe is dead, yep. So whatever tech Dromar wants, it's hidden. There goes Spire. Alright.
Yeah, and actually up to 5 hatcheries now, throwing another hatchery down at the third base location.
So an interesting 10 hatch style on what is sort of a 3 base Spire into 5 hatch Hydra maybe. Just a speculation though on my part.
We do see +1 on the weapons starting now. And they are sending their first group of Zealots across the map. But we do see some creep colonies being more in for Dromar, so they do look like they're at least aware of this push out, and they're going to get some defenses ready. And here's the Hydra Den. But the Corsair does make it into the net and scouts everything, and it's now going to start potentially picking off some overlords.
So in this matchup, with those creep colonies going down, I think with that telegraphs is Muta play. So I expect to see Dromar starting to morph some Mutas when that Spire pops. Probably will go up to 5, maybe add on some Scourge, and then transition into Hydralisks.
Yeah, it looks like they're going right into Hydras. The Spire does finish.
I don't see any Mutas in production, so perhaps I was wrong.
Yeah, I think it definitely was a good guess, but it looks like they are going into Hydras, maybe trying to psych out their opponent.
Yes, this could definitely be a mind play. And for game number 1 in the series, it's probably not a bad idea.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of Hydralisks being morphed now. And here comes Sufferman moving out across the map. They've got a Corsair and around 7. +1 is around 4 stun.
Ooh, there's only one Sunken here at this third against all these Zealots. Even with the great SimCity that's here, I'm not sure. Yeah, definitely choosing to dive in on this.
Yeah, good call to get right on top of the Sunken. Gonna look to take out some drones before the Hydras get here. Actually, survives for quite some time, and now the Hydras are ready to defend. And look, actually kind of trapped inside the third base. So all those Zealots get picked off. The Corsairs do make it into the main and take out a Overlord there. But I wouldn't say that was a good trade for Protoss. I think Zuri held that very well. And the SimCity played a huge factor.
Yeah, definitely. Didn't really sustain a whole lot of losses, but ended up losing all those Zealots, and +1 hadn't even finished. Okay, more gates going down. Corsair production still going. We have the Templar Archives up now, but I'm not seeing Storm being researched out of it just yet. And on Zerg's side, Hydralisk range is on the way. No upgrades out of the Spire just yet. +1 range for those Hydralisks. About 70% of the way done. 6th hatch was added onto that 3rd base. And another base being taken at the 9 o'clock for Zerg.
Yeah, so Zerg is now expanding, and I think it's going to be up to Protoss to decide if they want to try to punish this expansion or if they're going to take a 3rd base themselves. They've got their Corsair around the map, so they do see the timing of this expansion. They're sending out a DT now to maybe do some harass. Now we'll see what this DT is able to get done. There is no Overlord at the 4th base location just yet. And there's Hydras going up there to try to defend the base from the Corsair, but the DT is going to start doing damage.
No response just yet.
It looks like they do have... Yeah, they do have speed overlords though, so they're going to be able to defend against this.
Oh, and Superman pulls away that Dark Templar just in time too. Very, very nice.
Yeah, it's going back in there though. Don't go!
Unfortunately, loses a couple of these Corsairs as he tries to harass the Overlords. Protoss walking across the map now towards this 3rd.
Ooh, another attack. This time with Speed Zealots, and they do have that +1 upgrade. The DT did cause a lot of the Hydralisks to be caught out of position, and now the Templar may be able to stop this work.
I'd love to see a storm on all these drones right here.
Yeah, I think we just might. Yep, there's a storm.
There's one. Not bad. Not bad at all. Can we get another? We sure can. Oh,
nice.
Juicy. Yes!
And now I think it's up to these Templars to maybe retreat. But actually a new group of Zealots being rallied across the map, so they may have just broken the Templars' infrastructure here. But Dromar has a bunch of Hydras at the 4th base that they can send over and clean this up if they choose. GG.
GG is called. Very nice.
I wonder if they forgot about those Hydras? The DT definitely distracted Dromar, forced him to react.
You know, there was a lot going on, so that could definitely be the case. Very impressive game number 1 coming out of Superman, though. Lots of great decisions. Dromar playing pretty well, too. I like the macro style, I like the 10 hatch. We're gonna have to find out if things will change up for game number 2, though, in this series. I always look forward to any deviations from builds in earlier games. So I'm gonna find this replay, post it up. And we are set and good to go for game number 2. I'm gonna boot it up. Alrighty, this is game number 2 in the second series or the first series for our Tier 2, the King of the Tiers tournament. This is going to be on Eclipse, and in the top right corner, in the purple color playing Protoss, it's Superman.
Yeah, and down here in the bottom left, we have Dromar spawning us a yellow Zerg.
ZVP on Eclipse. Not really having a lot of thoughts come to mind, to be honest. It would be helpful if I knew Dromar as a player, but I haven't really watched too many of his games. And as a Zerg player, I can do all the speculation that I want and still be wrong. But, I don't know. I like Mutalisks on this map because I feel like they really do grasp a lot of the control around the map that's necessary for Zerg to thrive. But we're just going to have to see. I've seen Zergling all-ins, I've seen weird Hydra lurk pushes. I've seen robo crawls with reavers across this map from pro players. I mean, the weirdest stuff ever on Eclipse. Definitely a good dynamic map.
Yeah, so it looks like Dromar is doing that same opening, huh? The 10 hatch move?
Ooh, hides the drone. When the probe doesn't respond to it, places the hatchery down.
And Superman with the Forge Expand.
So yeah, if this was a 10 hatch, I'm trying to work something through my head here, because I saw an extractor trick happen after the hatch was placed down, and the math in my head isn't quite adding up. So I'm curious as to what that was. Maybe somebody in chat can help me out, because I might have missed that. Oh, I'm seeing Superman say double extractor trick. Maybe.
Yeah, I think it was twice, right? I'm just not sure why they would have gone for it, but I don't know Zerg that well.
Nexus follow-up after the Forge. No cannons, so Superman definitely feeling safe enough to drop that Nexus.
Yeah, I think Superman getting the complete scout, getting to see the spawning pool timing, it's got to be a little bit safe, feeling confident to go for this Nexus. And look at this, Dromar looking like they're going to send out a drone here to the bottom right, maybe taking a little bit of a hidden third.
I like it. It's different. I like it.
Yeah, definitely not what you would expect. Usually Zerg is expanding in the other direction.
And the probe that's out for Superman, looking at the usual third base location, not going to find anything. That should tip Superman off that something's not quite right. And Dromar doing a good job with these lings combing his main base to make sure that there's nothing gimmicky, no cheeky pylons or proxies or cannon rushing happening. Great probe transfer just in time for this natural nexus. No cannons yet, though. Superman.
And here's the probe for Superman. Gonna now scout bottom right. So finally seeing this expansion from Dromar. It's up to Superman to decide if they want to try to punish this expansion and attack this location.
No cannons at all. This is so ballsy. But with his
just,
scout moving around and really capturing a lot of what's happening in Zerg's base, I think he just feels safe enough to go without a cannon. I mean, he's walled off. He's got the units in place. Okay, core finishes.
Here's a really fast Hydralisk then though, right? So does that mean we're going to see some Hydras here, maybe making an attack?
Yeah, that's a pretty fast Hydra den. Now I'm taking a look at the drone counts, and it doesn't look like a 973. Actually, it kind of does, but backwards. The 7 is actually in the main, 9 at the natural. And what's going to be 4 at this lower right base. Definitely an early Hydra play, though. Okay, double cannon now going down.
Now the cannons are going up.
Yeah.
Which is good. This is exactly how you want to play it. You know, you don't need those cannons too early. You want to get your probes out, and now you can build the cannons right before the Hydras come.
I like this out of Superman, though. In game number 1, we saw him go for Stargate right after core. This time it's Citadel first. And this scouting probe, wow, that stayed alive for a long time. Sees the Hydralisk, though, as it pops out and picks it off, though, so red flags starting to pop up. Oh yeah, and here we see Hydralisk starting to crawl across the map. This is a bust incoming.
Yeah, now what's the play here if you're Superman? I think you gotta throw a couple more cannons if you're gonna hold this. There's a lot of Hydralisk here across the map right now. But +1 and the speed going, they've got, you know, 4 gateways on the way.
honestly, the only viable answer here to answer all these Hydralisks is just more cannons, I believe.
Yeah, we are going to see some more cannons being morphed in, but are they too late? Here come the Hydralisks already getting on top of the cannon. They're actually bugging out a little bit and taking a lot of damage from Zealots.
Probes get pulled, but it looks like it's alright, and Superman's going to hold this just fine. Dromar backs off a little bit. Gonna wait for those additional reinforcing Hydras.
Yeah, I think Dromar went a little ahead of their range upgrade finishing, but now they should be okay if they want to start to put on pressure again. Microing back their Hydralisks. The cannons have finished though, but they're going to be able to pick off... Oh, they picked off one.
Ooh, losing a lot of Hydras just for that one cannon though. More Hydras just continuing to trickle across the map.
Yeah, more cannons being morphed in as well.
Put that additional forge in his main base, expecting to lose the forge at the front of the Nat. I like that.
Yeah, I like that play as well. Here come the Hydras, but I think there's enough cannons out now that the Hydras aren't really breaking through.
For sure. And Hydras continue to trickle across the map, but this forge that's right here at the front, researching +1, I'm pretty sure that's going to finish, and that's going to be a big boon for Superman.
Yeah, and we see Storm as well getting upgraded, so when Storm finishes, that's really going to put the pressure on him.
Heroic drones come to reinforce the front line.
Maybe build a hatchery here?
I would
Sometimes
lose my mind if I saw a Manor hatch go down right here at the front.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's got to be careful about that High Templar. Oh, gets picked off, unfortunate.
That's definitely brutal to lose your first High Templar.
We're starting to get into a dangerous phase of the game for Zerg. If this bust and this push doesn't work out, all that Hydra production is really putting Dromar behind on the tech path and the drone counts.
Yeah, but Superman has also lost a lot of their army defending against this push. They've held on so far, but they don't have their High Templar with Storm. They don't have a lot of Zealots, which they've traded with these Hydras. So the Hydras do go in for one more attack.
This is starting to get really tense.
Yeah, more cannons being morphed in. There's a DT out now.
And Dromar goes for another push.
There goes the DT.
These High Templars are here, but none of them have energy for a Storm yet. Here we go, 75 energy. Got one ready. There goes down the Storm. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Pretty good Storm, yeah. Good location there.
The Hydra pressure, though, just continues to mount. Will it be enough, though? Here we go for another big push.
Taking out the front cannons, but now as Storm goes down and the Hydras are...
I love seeing good storms. Here we go again. Nice.
GG is called to Dromar, seeing their attack was standing in a good position there and calling it.
Interesting and very, very aggressive game number 1 from Dromar. Good attempt and great play from both players, I think.
Wait, wasn't that game number 2?
You know what? That was game number 2 in that series, and both games were taken by Superman.
Okay, so is that the tier 2 then? Let's see. Was Superman the winner's bracket?
Let's take a quick peek here. And for anybody in chat that wants to see the original brackets, of course we haven't updated them for the finals yet because we wanted to keep it a surprise. Here's the link for King of Tier 2. And
yeah, it looks like Supperman was the winners bracket champion, and they took that series 2-0. So they are the champion for Tier 2.
that means a clean sweep from Supperman. Absolutely fantastic. Way to go. And now,
nice play.
Now what this means is we go into our next series and we're moving up from Tier 2 to Tier 1. Gonna find this game number 1 replay, host it up. And we're moving on between, or moving into the series between Hangs and Theseus. Alright, without further ado, let's fire this game up. Jump on into it. And once again, we're going to begin on Ascension. And in the left side of Ascension, playing this, I believe, olive color as Zerg, it's going to be Hangs.
Yeah, and over here in the bottom right, as the pink Terran, we have Theseus. So we're going to have a Terran versus Zerg here on Ascension between these two Tier 1 players who made it to the finals of their group.
That's right, we're looking at some of the best players that we've got from our tiers. I'm really excited to see a TVZ.
Yeah, Hangs, I should mention, is on my team, Destructoad, so congratulations to him on making the finals. And here he is, giving a little shout out to Theseus.
How wonderful, congratulating your opponent. What great manners.
Yeah, both these players, you got to give them credit for making the finals. They went through the bracket, you know, they made their run, so good for them. They both should be feeling pretty good about their play right now, maybe. And now just a little banter again. Hangs liking to talk.
Theseus might be one of those players that just
Maybe I'll let chat.
chat on.
Can you hear me?
Maybe he's one of those focusers. You know, you gotta focus on playing, don't chat too much. Totally respectable decision.
Yeah, 100%. Especially on ladder, I chat people because it's just a waste of time.
And we have a 12 hatch coming down from Hangs.
Yeah, and meanwhile for Theseus, actually walking in main and taking an SCV and building a refinery. So, and now they've glitched, tough crowd. So now they've glitched an SCV over.
Tough crowd.
And they're going to scout. So they've got 12 gas going down here. So that signifies this could be a factory play, Theseus. Or even potentially some risks.
Could it be a 1-1-1? Man, would I like to see that for game number 1. Scout from Hangs gonna come in here and find this wall. You're not getting past that.
Immediately backing out. They may want to check the expansion timing, but seeing the wall is already a little bit of a tell that this is not the standard Terran versus Zerg. Most of the time, Terrans do not, unless they're going for some gas.
Yeah, that factory's going down, keeping 3 SCVs in the gas. Gas going down for Hangs.
Yeah, now Theseus taking all the SCVs off gas, so I'm not sure why they gathered up to 140. They definitely want to take an expansion. I think that's why they took their guys off the gas.
It could have been a gather to 100 and just overshot it.
Yeah.
But with that 100, what's the play going to be? Is it going to be Starport?
Yeah, that's a good question. We see a starport here?
Well, we see an initial vulture out of this factory here. Wow! Look at this. Look at this base out of Hangs. Oh, man.
Yeah. So
Top right.
expanding to the normal 4th location for Terran, and I don't think this is going to get scouted for some time, but we'll see. DCS has a chance to send the SCV up there. But this vulture is going straight over to Hang's base. So this is some good mind games from Hang's. You kind of don't know where Zerg will take their 3rd. So this is a location that's not going to be scouted at all. Or it's unlikely to be one of the first locations DCS does scout, I should say. But we do see the vulture containing Hangs right now. Hangs looking like they want to send a drone out to expand. Maybe trying to lure in that vulture as well. And on DCS side, adding in the armory and double factories going up. So definitely a mech play from Hangs right now. I mean, from DCS, I should say.
Mm-hmm. Probably Goliaths with that armor coming out, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going mech, you're going to Goliaths because there's potential for Mutalist play, especially with this layer timing that we're seeing coming out now from Hangs.
Okay, the layer does pop from Hanks. See the tech,
Yeah,
and it's going to be a Spire in the main.
Yeah, and a 3rd hatch going down here for Hanks as well. Not quite saturating their 3rd base yet, but they're not really going to be able to sneak any drones over there, so they're going to have to rely on the larva that is spawning at the hatch to build the drones. And this is really dangerous time for Hanks because expansion does get scouted. Vultures will just easily get up there and deny everything.
Mm-hmm, that's right. You could send any number of Terran forces up there, and that base dies. But the trick is, he's got to find it first.
Yeah, and I think one thing worth noting is okay, so right now Terran has map control. They're going to send in their vultures, and their vultures get attacked by the drones.
Great drone pull.
Yeah, so he gets a couple drones here, but loses all the vultures. So now Zerg has basically map control. Terran has to defend. They have to get turrets up against potential Spire play. And so they don't really have the units anymore to scout this 4th base, unless they were to send an SCV up. Oh, and there goes the SCV. Where is it going to scout, though?
Oh, it's going off to the left. I would definitely be looking for that 3rd base, though, if I were in Theseus' shoes right now.
Yeah, Theseus definitely with the right move to try to scout out, just sending it in the wrong direction, unfortunately. And credit to Hangs for taking this unusual base.
Definitely credit for taking the risk, for sure.
Yes.
It's a very unusual spot, and it may be quite a while before Theseus finds it, and that's really the whole point.
Yeah, and here are the first mutas making their way onto the field, so they do pick off one SCV, and now they're forcing out turrets from Theseus, and maybe seeing if they can get some harass damage done. But there's only 4 mutas right now, so not a big commit into mutas. It looks like instead, actually, Zerg is going to switch back into Hydras as down an Evo Chamber and a Hydra Den.
I like this. Yeah, we see the research and the upgrades coming up for Hydras, and with just 4 mutas, forcing all these turrets is really nice, and then just switching right into something that makes the turrets completely useless.
Yes, I agree, and even forcing the range upgrade on the Goliaths as well to deal with mutas, that's not going to be too helpful to deal with the Hydras. So a little bit of a good play from Hangs, and DCS not quite aware of what Hangs is doing because Hangs put the tech in the main for the Hydras. So DCS hasn't been able to scout the Hydras just yet. The Vultures didn't scout them. The SCV scouts that he sent out so far have not been able to find out Zerg's 3rd base location or Zerg's tech. So Zerg could have a Hydra timing here.
And Theseus out on the map with that scout again. He knows. He must know something's not right. Where is that 3rd base? Not able to find it. Really being vigilant about that. These mutas looking like they're going to dog it down. if the Zergling doesn't get it. Ah, and here we have the Hydra move out.
And here is actually the Goliath move out as well from Theseus. So Theseus has +1 on the arm. So they're moving out with their Goliath force, and it looks like they're running right into Zerg's Hydra timing. And Zerg actually is not a mover. Okay.
Oh no, that was a move command and not an attack move, so 2 Hydras just lost for free.
Yeah, and now the Hydras and the Mutas are going to engage with... Oh, and the flank of Hydras coming from the high ground. That's got to be a concern if you're Theseus, seeing that. And now the Goliath's kind of getting caught, trying to retreat back to the net, but a real good engage from Hangs, getting a nice trade there.
Beautifully done, Hangs. That was wonderful. Fantastic engagement. But yeah, those Hydras coming from the top side, if Theseus is paying close enough attention, that's got to tip him off.
That's a good point. Where did those Hydras come from? Theseus got to be thinking. And now the bunker gets denied, so that bunker's not up. And it's just pure Hydras and pure Goliath, which is not bad for Zerg, actually.
But this is a big push. That's a lot of Hydralisks. Does Terran
Yeah,
have
the
enough to hold?
SCVs get pulled. I don't think this is enough Terran here. There are some SCVs trying to do what they can to set up some kind. Yeah, there's a siege tank with siege mode, so hope Terran can reinforce this and hold on to the siege tank, but all the SCVs are going down, and now the siege tank gets taken out.
What a play from Hangs.
Yeah, good play from Hangs for sure.
And that's like, it's not to rip on Theseus at all. He played a really good game. It's just that the movement and the tactics from Hangs, just outstanding. I haven't seen a single player play poorly, so really great series so far. And yeah, GG gets called, and Hangs is going to take the first game in this series. Very nice. Very, very nice indeed. That puts us into game number 2. Do the usual, find the rep, host it up. Count it down for game number 2 between Hangs and Theseus. And this time, we're going to be on Polypoid. And in the upper right corner, in the... Yeah, that's pink, I think. Oh, I think it's magenta. Magenta Terran. It's going to be Theseus.
Yeah, and that's the green Zerg. We have Hangs here in the top left on Poly. Definitely some nice mind games from Hangs in that last game. We'll see how Theseus decides to respond. It's definitely annoying to see a proxy base or a hidden base. So Theseus is most likely going to be very active this game, scouting around for an expos.
Yeah, that would definitely be the most logical response out of that. When you're in a best of 3 series, and game number 1 is like the best game in my opinion, to pull out something wonky. Because your opponent doesn't really know, they don't know what to expect. But what's Hangs going to do this game? Is he going to try something like that again? Is he going to play a little bit more normal? Really curious.
Yeah, and what does Theseus have in store for us as a question? They did execute their build pretty well in the last game, but they didn't quite get the result they wanted. So are they going to go for something similar? Change it up.
Okay. Hangs opting for an overpull this game.
Ooh, so this is already exciting, getting the early spawning.
Yeah, so a lot different already.
Some pressure. And Theseus is going for the 12 gas, or it's actually 11 gas. So they're going to be looking to get a fast factory, maybe to deal with the lanes that come out of this overpool. And there's the drone scout, and it's going to scout Hangs. Oh, is it going cross position?
It's always hard to tell on Poly.
Theseus. Yes, it is.
It's always hard
Even
to
when
tell.
I send out the scout, I'm like, where is it going?
So yeah, unfortunately, Theseus not going to get that first scout, and if he continues the same pattern and doesn't go cross, he'll get the last scout, which is really unlucky. Hangs, on the other hand, getting that first scout immediately.
Yeah, so Hangs is going to get right in here and see the gas. That's a big tell already for Zerg that a factory is going to go down. And then it's just a matter of seeing the expansion timing and what the Terran decides to do with the gas that they're still mining. But they've actually taken all their guys off gas. So they're just staying at 50 gas this game. So most likely going for an expansion now. And we see a couple Lings kind of sneak by for Hangs, passing the SCV, which he does double scout with SCVs, so he is going to overpull somewhat coming. And pulling some SCVs to the ramp now.
Very smart.
Is Theseus. Yeah, you kind of must hold this ramp now.
You must. Yeah, this has to be held, otherwise having Zerglings, that many Zerglings in your base, too problematic.
So pulling 6 SCVs, losing 2 of them to this, 3 of them to this over. Not so bad here from Theseus. Holding on for sure, so able to put the game.
I'd say that was worth it. The lost mining time from pulling that many SCVs, and then losing 3 afterwards, I definitely say that was worth it. There's more Lings on the way though, so we're going to see if any additional
Worth
damage
it for
can
who?
go down.
Who's ahead, would you say?
I would say Hangs only slightly.
Okay.
Because these SCVs are still in the ramp even.
Mm-hmm.
That Vulture pops
Yeah,
out.
the Vulture is out, so he should be able to deal with these Lings with the Vulture. But leaving some SCVs on the ramp just to play defensive. And yeah, I don't think going up that ramp is going to work now for Zerg. And so that was,
So now with the loss of those Lings, I think that pretty much evens it up because those Lings could have been drones.
Yeah, I agree. That was not a good trade for those Lings. And now the Vultures are out, but there is a Sunken to kind of dissuade those Vultures from making their way into the Zerg base. And what we'll see here is Terran actually hasn't expanded yet. So Terran's still all on base. They are getting an armor. But they need to take that expansion here. It's very delayed.
Third base just popped for Hangs. It's at the 9 o'clock. Seeing that layer go down, it's about halfway done.
Yeah, it looks like Hangs is actually very low on drone, as you mentioned before, serving in that early game.
He's actually caught up pretty well.
Timing, yeah, with the delayed expansion from Theseus, Hangs is able to kind of drone up from 3 hatches now.
Okay, machine shop being added on. Double armory. Interesting.
Oh, is it really double armor?
Yeah.
Okay. And has +1 started? Okay, so they haven't started any upgrades just yet from the armory, but they do have 2 of them coming in. Interesting. So maybe the signal is like a timing attack when +1/+1 finishes, or they're just going into a macro game. Upgrade heavy focus.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what this means. Dropping down the engineering bay just in time to put turrets up. It's, well, 5:55. I'd say that's a little late for normal timings, but no timings are normal anymore with the way this game turned out.
Yeah, the Spire is about halfway done, so I do think this engineering bay...
I mean,
yeah, I guess it is going to be in time. There's a Hydra den as well, so we'll see what Hangs does. I would agree that generally this engineering bay is a little late against 2 Hatch Muta, but it's going to work out.
I'm waiting to catch these armories spinning, but neither one are.
And Evo Chamber, so maybe a repeat of the last game from Hangs with its hidden third base and go Hydra and Evo Chamber, so maybe after these their Hydra could be in. And now we see the mutas coming out.
Only 2 though so far. I feel like this might just be to force a response. Just like in game 1. As we can see, some missile turrets are already going up. More Goliaths in production. That Charon boosters upgrade well on the way.
Yeah, so we do see +1 now getting, assuming weapons will be around the corner here.
2 mutas out on the map. Make that 3. Their trajectory suggests that they might be scouting for hidden bases or tech. Or maybe they're just rendezvousing here and then moving up.
I think they want to find that last vulture. There is a vulture out on the map. It's not really going to be able to do much because there is something out. I think that's what the mutas were looking for there. Here is the vulture kind of sneaking around. It is going to get spotted by this overlord, and here comes the mutas. This vulture is going to die now.
Down it goes. So, I'm not seeing any upgrades at the Hydralisk Den, but I am seeing the range upgrade at the Evo Chamber, so a little bit curious there.
Yeah, I wonder if one's finished or what's going on, because I agree, if you're getting the range attack, there's already Hydralisk out. Unless they're going for some kind of fight.
Lots of Goliaths. Gonna find all these mutas, tears 2 of them apart.
Yeah, losing some mutas, but forcing another turret, so kind of buying time with the mutas again to get these Hydras out.
Oh, you know what? We might have just missed those upgrades because these Hydras definitely have speed.
Yeah, they're moving pretty quick right now.
So Hangs might just have really, really good upgrade timing.
Yeah, and they're moving across the map now with a big group of Hydralisks again.
I mean,
Theseus with their Goliaths in the main, they're going to need to, predict this attack. They do have some bunkers here, though. Or one bunker that's going up, I should say, and some to put. But if Hank attacks now, okay, here come the Goliaths. So Theseus must have been aware that an attack is coming here.
You can see lots of green Zerg streaming across the map, and behind all of this reinforcement up on this high ground for the mineral-only third, Hangs taking another base at the lower left corner.
Ooh, nice play from Hanks, and here they are just going for it, trying to bust in the front. The bunker does get filled. There's a lot of Hydras. There's also a siege tank up here on the high ground. That may prove critical here. Yeah, Hanks being forced back by these Goliaths.
That siege tank on the upper ground, really pulling its own weight.
Yeah, critical position there from Theseus to hold that siege tank at the high ground.
Okay, spider mines on the way. More Goliaths, more tanks, a vulture in production, good mixture. More Hydras starting to comb out across the map.
Theseus now starting a start, so they're going to want to keep their upgrades going. They're going to need a starport and science facility, so they're heading up towards the tech. They're actually a little bit low on the SCV count, maybe taking some damage there at the NAT as they're not that saturated. And Hang's able to take this fourth base relatively freely with the kind of contain they've set up with their Hydralisks. So they're sending drones across the map to saturate that fourth base.
Oh, look at this. Mines in the main base.
Yeah, must be worried about potential drops.
You must be wary about potential drops.
Yeah, they do see some overlords hanging out near the edge. Drop is going to be their shit.
I love this perimeter of Zerg, just containing Terran.
Yes. So annoying as Terran, as we see another creature that went out there, got sniped instantly by the Hydralisk. So Theseus is really contained in their two bases right now, not able to get too much map presence. That's kind of not the end of the world as Terran, because as we see, Theseus is maybe gearing up for one big push. They do have 4 tanks out now, and they're producing more and more Goliath.
Interesting. More Mutalisks have been fielded, and if we look at the production, more Mutalisks are being made, and +1 air weapons on the way for Zerg.
Wow, that is interesting. So that means Zerg is going back into Mutas, but Terran already has their starport and science facility done, so they should be able to counter Mutas pretty effectively if they do get the correct tech out. Yeah, they do go for their add-on, so most likely they saw something that top they need to go for Mutas, or they need to counter the Mutas. There's a scan going down.
Scan's going out. And he scans the top 12 and the natural. I don't really think that's going to glean too much additional info.
Yeah, I wonder if you can tell that that Spire is updated. And here come the Mutas.
I don't think there's any visual indication that the Spire is upgrading. I think it just kind of does its weird wavy movement no matter what.
Okay.
Oh, maybe a slight misrally here with a lot of drones joining up on this high ground here.
Muta's taking a lot of damage, but they're, there's almost 2 groups of Mutalisk out right now. And no science vessel just yet.
We actually missed a +1 air carapace upgrade. That's already completed. And the air weapons is on the way, so it's going to be 1-1 air for Zerg. Terran mech already on 1-1. Both armories spinning for that +2/+2.
Yeah, this +2 timing could prove the time for Theseus to move out, as it does look to be lining up pretty nicely.
These scans that just went out for Theseus just revealed the lower left.
Nice. So that's gonna give them some more information to their position in the game, and seeing this 4th base already up for Zerg, not what you want to see as Theseus, but I guess kind of you can expect it. Theseus now adding on up to 7 tanks, so I think this is enough tanks that they can try to move out and put some pressure on Zerg. Maybe take their 3rd base behind it. They've got their Goliaths now moving into the Nat, so the Mutas could even make a backstab here. We'll see how this fight goes though. Tanks are slowly sieging up.
It looks like a big fight is about to break out. These Hydralisks, they do have +2 weapons on them.
Yeah, there's a lot of tanks though, and they're in a good position. I don't know if the Zerg really wants to engage here, but it looks like Hangs is just going for it. Yeah, the tanks in the back doing so much damage to the Hydralisk. These Mutas are getting chewed up by the Goliath.
Wow, what an engagement.
Ooh, did +2 just finish right before that engage?
I think so.
And Terran wrecked on that fight, so good for them. They definitely won this battle. And now the Queens are out, but it's a little too late, I think, and they don't have their upgrades. So maybe Hangs would have been better suited to slowly back off there instead of going for an engage. But as it is, they lost a lot of units, and they didn't really damage the tank count. They killed a lot of Goliath, but they didn't really do anything to the tanks.
That's right.
So now there's 11 tanks out here moving across the map.
Some of these tanks are pretty injured, but that's not going to stop Theseus from pushing across the map now that he's been freed from his prison.
Yeah, and now Hangs is desperately trying to catch some of these Goliaths off guard. And Hangs really can't fight this mech army right now head on, so they need to buy time by doing some counterattacks. And they are trying to attack the mineral only, but they get driven off by the Terran's reinforcements. And now Hangs going for it again, but this is just so many tanks here at the mat.
Ooh, that's not going to be enough Zerg units. Yep, he realizes that and pulls back. Yeah, this is starting to look real deadly from Theseus. Hangs needs to find a way to deal with this now.
Well, the queens are accumulating energy here, so they're at 133, 134 now. So they're going up to 150, which is, I think, what they need for their broodlings.
Yes, that's
so Hanks has desperately got to buy time and maybe send their drones into the main, because now they're losing a lot of drones at the mat. But I think these queens are in a good position to get some broodlings off on those tanks. They can just get the energy they need.
I think one of the main issues that we're looking at here is that Zerg is not able to consolidate all of their forces together. And we kind of see that happening right here in the middle, but it's going to pick off some of the Terran reinforcements, sure, but it's not enough to deal with this huge push that's coming in. It's going to kill the main base.
I agree. I think the queens really need things to take out those tanks. But there's just too much Terran mech grouped up together right now. These tanks are just too effective.
Wow, +2 Carapace on that air for Zerg. Oh, and we do see some of the broodlings coming out.
Yeah, we're seeing some nice queen usage here, taking out some tanks.
Oh no. A lot of them are getting picked off before they can even get their
yeah,
shots off.
the Goliath are doing some good damage to those queens. Yeah, I really like DC's position here with the 3 bases and the good contain on Hangs, but they've got to be careful not to let Hangs control the rest of the map. They are going to be able to get into the main of Hangs though and take out his tech. So more broodlings going down though, and actually this Terran army has been, taken out. There's only 2 tanks left. Is he going to be able to save his main?
Yeah, it looks like it.
At least for the time being, there is a new group of Terran units making their way across.
Yep, you caught it the same time that I did. Fresh batch of Terran reinforcements comes in to kick some ass.
Yeah, the new Terran mech army. Stronger than the last.
Let's take a look at some of these upgrades. Some of these Hydras, +2 attack, +1 Carapace. On the Mutas or the air, +1 attack, +2 armor. For Terran mech, +2/+2. Yeah, and it just looks like they're going to keep scrapping here at Zerg's main. Terran's going to continue pushing.
Yeah.
Theseus is going to try to wipe out this tech.
Yeah, I think Terran's got it. They've got a lot of tanks. There's only really 1 Mutalist left. So they're just slow pushing up this ramp. And Zerg's trying to reinforce with their Hydras. They've got some queens left. But as Terran just keeps pushing, they're going to be able to take 12 o'clock. And I think they're going to be able to take this game, too.
Yep, there it is. GG gets called by Hangs. Theseus takes the game.
GG.
Very nice death push, showing us just how powerful mech really can be.
Yeah, some nice defense and definitely a good engage outside of Terran.
Alright, showcasing for this series, that ties us up 1-1. That means we go to game number 3 for this series to crown Tier 1. So booting up this game number 3 replay. Let's fire it up. I'm really excited. These 2 players are playing really great. It's really exciting.
Yeah, definitely love to see the Terran versus Zerg matchup, as well as the mech play from Theseus. I love the contradicting styles, where Zerg is able to take the whole map, and Terran just kind of gets one big depth push. That time Theseus was able to basically run over Hangs and use the siege tanks very effectively.
Yeah, so now here we are on game number 3 because of that. And it's going to be on Eclipse. Oh, very exciting. TVZs on Eclipse are always action-packed. And starting us off here in the top right corner in the magenta color, playing Terran, it's going to be Theseus.
Yeah, and here in the bottom left, as our gray Zerg, we have Hangs. And I gotta say, on Eclipse with mech, it's very strong. So wouldn't be surprised if we saw Theseus for a semi. But actually sending out an SCD, this looks like an 8 racks. Oh no, they just built it at the
yeah, he's just
they're gonna be walling in the net, looks like.
Okay, Overlord in production. We can see 180 minerals if it wants to be an overpool again, or if Hangs is going to opt for a different build this time. Barracks going down to help form that wall. Okay, and at 12 workers, sending 2 drones out. This is a 12 hatch play. One goes down for the hatch, one goes out for the scout. Theseus sending a scout of his own.
Yeah, Theseus taking their gas and walling up, so it does look like another mech play for Theseus. So the scout for Hanks is going to see all that. I wonder if Theseus' wall here is tight. It doesn't look very tight to me. I think there's a way to get into the top. You see that right now? Oh, and it hangs backing off with their drone, so maybe this is a tight wall.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's... Well, actually, I think there's a little bit of space between the egg and the top depot.
That's what I was thinking too, but Hank's not really interested in sending their drone in to test that out, instead just backing off.
Yeah, I think he could get in there if he really wanted to. But okay, now from Zerg's side, Zerg has gone up to 13 supply without taking gas. And it looks like well, we have a drone prompting here at the geyser. Okay, gonna take that. Yeah, I knew something was a little strange here. Take a look at Theseus's would-be third. I'm loving it. I'm loving it, baby. I'm absolutely loving it. Sneaky, sneaky. So taking another sneaky base. And we see from Theseus getting that factory, so pretty normal. But if you're an SCV inside of Zerg's base, and you're paying careful attention to that gas, the timing, and the drones that just now got put onto it, you gotta be thinking something's up, right?
Yeah, you do have to be worried about what Zerg is spending their money on. So right now, this third base, you gotta be aware that it could be out there somewhere. With no lair and this late gas.
Ah, Nut Overlord coming in from below, gonna scout that command center timing. Very nice. First Vulture out on the map. But there is a sunken colony to answer it, and 2 Zerglings to hopefully block the ramp. That hatchery at the sneaky third pops. Layer tech started for Zerg.
And will this be another hatchery here from Hangs? A Hydroden.
Okay, well he does have vision of it.
Yeah, I don't think you can rule out any tech if you're because of how Hangs has played though. And we do see Hangs getting a lair behind this. So I wonder what they're gonna go. Alright, here comes the Vulture run by though, taking out one Zergling that was behind the resource line.
Good
and now
drone
forcing
pull.
all the drones off. Yeah, it was a nice reaction there.
No drones lost. Very good pull.
The Vultures are content to just camp out here though behind the resource line, and a Spire now goes down for Hangs. So they may be going into Mutalist after all. They are saturating that base up at 12 o'clock. Oh, the vultures escaped. 2 of them escaped. They don't wait to be cleaned up, but they make it out of there in time, and now they're going to scout around the map. So there is 1 vulture heading down to the bottom right, and potentially could scout to try to find Zerg's next expansion.
Yeah, now Theseus has to play that game again, like, where's the third? And yeah, we see his vultures moving out, spreading out, looking at the bases.
Yeah, definitely trying to keep away from the Hydras.
Yeah, with this third base, it's really starting to develop here up at the, I guess, 1230 for Zerg.
Yeah, and these Sunkens are going to make it really difficult to push.
Missile turrets going up in Terran's main. Going for that Goliath with the range again. +1 armor on the way for mech. Charon boosters just completed.
So Theseus is going to see Hydras and drone his vulture and think, oh, this is the normal timing for Zerg to take a third, right? They got some Hydras out, they're able to chase away my vultures. They need to get something to scout this 12 o'clock though, or 12:30 as you're saying, because yeah, you never want Zerg to get a hidden base, and now Zerg's going to get... Oh, so they're almost going to get sniped here, looks like, by this vulture. Oh.
Looks kind of sus. Just a drone chilling out, not actually
just
making
a
hatchery.
Drone, yeah. No actual base. I agree. So we see a bunker going down for Theseus. Most likely expecting a late expansion means an attack. But actually, we see mutas coming out from Hanks. So these mutas only have 1 turret to deal with in the main right now. They may be able to get in there and do some damage. Here comes a vulture. Is it going to see?
Oh no! Well, it sees the mutas that are flying in towards the third base. But that doesn't necessarily tell you, hey, Zerg took this.
Yeah, here come the mutas.
8 Mutalisks find their way in the main base. Let's see what damage they can get done. There is a turret here, but it's not really stopping these mutas.
Yeah, it takes out 1 Mutalisk, but it's not doing too much damage. And the Goliaths are pretty quick to get back there and respawn, but the mutas just retreat back. So if you lost 2 mutas, killed a few SCVs, actually Zerg is ahead in the count, which is not good for Terran.
That was quite a bit of SCVs. I think that might have been worth it. Just 2 mutas for all those SCVs, plus all the lost mining time as well.
Now the mutas going into the Goliath, though, this is not a fight Zerg wants to take right now. Zerg actually getting a second Spire, so they may be going heavy on Mutalisks this game.
Yeah, that is interesting. Packing that Spire up in the top left corner of that hidden base there.
And they've got just enough Hydras to defend their 4th base. There is a lot of missile turrets out though, so the net should be pretty well defended here.
Oh, he's just going to dive right onto the turret.
Just, yeah, taking out that first turret. Now has a nice little spot to micro. Only a couple Goliaths shooting right now. Yeah, I think that's a trait you don't mind if you're... Okay, maybe now we're getting a little bit into it.
This is tons of economic damage.
Yeah, taking out the SCV count really hurts Terran. And Zerg can afford to replenish their muta count because they're on 4 gases right now. And I don't think Terran knows that.
What a terrifying scenario to be in. 4 base Zerg, 1 base hidden, tons of Mutalisks, plus 1 air carapace to make them so much more robust, and having lost a ton of SCVs already. And just going back in for more.
Definitely a good position for Zerg, as you're mentioning. Theseus does have a lot of gas, that's what they have gone for. So they could transition into a star play to maybe shut down these Mutalisks, but there is a lot of Mutalisks out there. And now Theseus pushing out a little bit onto the map. This is going to expose their main to a counterattack.
Oh jeez, just the harassment from Mutalisks, now from 2 different ends. It's relentless.
Yeah, here comes the Mutas into the main. They are going to Goliath now picking out some turrets. And the SCVs are forced to pull, the Goliaths are forced back. And now taking out an armory as well, half health.
Oh, you know what? I just turned that vision off. Theseus can see the extractor from where his Goliaths are at, so he knows.
Ooh, he knows. So maybe that's why the tanks were sent out a bit to take that out. But now we see that mineral line gets cleaned out by the second group of Mutas. Then the Mutas heading back into the main.
I love this 2-pronged attack back and forth from Zerg, all these Mutalisks. Hang's doing a fantastic job with this.
Definitely hard to manage how to defend this Terran. These 2 groups of Mutants, very tough to deal with. One group, 2.
So many Mutalisks.
Yeah, they're making their way into the main. They're going to get on top of these factories and maybe fight these Goliaths when they're kind of spread out a little bit. Is this enough Mutas to just end the game? Here they go. He's fighting right on top of the factories. Oh, the siege tanks go to siege down the third, but they're going to get picked. They're unlimited.
Yeah, you gotta reinforce these tanks. They're just gonna get picked off for free. Down they go.
Losing those 2 tanks, definitely tough for Terran. And now I think there's enough Mutas to just run over Terran. We'll see if that's what Zerg decides to do. They are so ahead, they're taking a 5th base. Yeah, 1-2 on the Zerg now, on their Mutas.
Oof, that
we
armor.
see 1-1 on the Terran.
You know, the icing on the cake would be Hive Tech into Greater Spire, just because. But it's so necessary here, and I think Zerg has enough here to clean up most of what Terran has left. So, looking like Theseus might be in a bit of a troubling situation.
Yeah, this starport at about half health, and the armory gets taken down, and now Theseus calls.
GG gets called, Theseus taps out. Okay, so now, looking at our totals, this puts Hangs up 2-0, but we gotta check and see who was our winner's bracket winner. Okay, and just again, I'm gonna put that in the chat for everyone to see the bracket if they want to. Yeah, hey, guess what, Royal Blue? He was the winner's bracket.
Theseus?
Theseus, yeah. So we're going into a second best of 3 series.
Ooh, nice.
So very exciting. Now we're going to boot up game number 1 of our second best of 3 for Tier 1.
So this is it. Theseus, the winner's bracket champion, forced to their second best of against Hangs. This one is Hangs' chance to actually take it and become the Tier 1 champion.
How exciting. Let's fire this up. Starting us off here in the second best of 3 series between Hangs and Theseus, we're going to be beginning on Polypoid in the upper right corner of the map, playing this beautiful magenta color that Theseus seems to love so much. It's none other than Theseus himself playing Terran.
Yeah, and over here in the bottom, in the top left, we have Haynes spawning as our gray Zerg.
That looks blue to me. It looks gray to me. It looks blue. I don't know.
It may be bluish gray. I think.
Oh yeah, that is a color, isn't it? Alright, so these players return to Polypoid. And, fun enough fact, they're in the same positions that they were when they played in this first best of 3 series. So same spawns, same game, really.
So I think, okay, so let's talk about these spawns then. I think this does favor Terran because if you get the 3 bases going, then you can push and take 12 while you're pushing towards Zerg, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think that is nice. At least that's something Theseus can go for.
Yeah, there's a lot of different options. Polypoid really does lend itself to a wide breadth of builds available to all races. It's kind of like our de facto standard now, where it's replacing Fighting Spirit. Pretty much for that reason, I think. Positional advantages, yeah, you might be right. I can't really think of any distinct advantages that the Zerg position lends against Terran. This is going to be another 12 hatch.
Yeah, and let's see if Theseus decides to take their gas here. It doesn't look like any gas has been taken so far, so they may have opted for a different build this game, as it looks like they will be going for maybe a more bio play if they don't take their gas here. And is this going to be the depot?
So with all those minerals that he's banking up, I might suspect this could be a 1-Rax fast expand.
Yeah, definitely it's a 1-Rax fast expand, right? Potentially they could throw down a second barracks here, but most of the time you see a 1-Rax fast expand. And it's just, will Theseus. They take it at the high ground or the low ground? That's what we're going to see.
Very smartly sending out 2 SCVs because his first scout didn't find him.
Yeah, this double scout is going to find him now and see that it's actually Hatcher in a spot.
Pool hatch. I love it. This is crazy.
And now Theseus will decide to plant that Nat command center on location. Yeah, definitely some. This is eco cheese from Zerg, right? Let's just call it what it is.
It's kind of a larva cheese, I suppose. It's like a. It looks like a 3-hatch build. I wasn't really paying close attention, but it's a very unusual thing to scout. If you come in and you look at these 2 buildings, one's a pool. Okay, that looks normal. The other one's a hatchery. Big question mark above your head.
A couple Marines and an SCV actually making their way across the map. And this creep colony is just now finishing, but the Sunken is... Okay, now the Sunken's on the way. So the Marines going back to their base and placing a second barracks, academy, and refinery. This is definitely the standard bio build after you go for a Rax expand. But I don't think Hangs knows about that you know? I don't think they really got a nice scout on Theseus yet.
No, I don't think so either. I didn't catch if the drone was able to get up the ramp either.
Yeah, I don't think they were able to this game. You gotta give Theseus a lot of credit for mixing up the build here after playing mech twice in a row. Or actually, was it 3 games in a row?
This is technically game number 4 between these 2 players, so I imagine they're both probably exhausted at this point. But yeah, showing that Theseus is willing to go for a bio build, where the first 3 games were mech. Just really showcasing that wide range of skills that he has as a Terran player.
Yeah, it's definitely throwing a little bit of a curveball here for Hanks, I think, as Hanks is throwing down double Evos.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice and an interesting wall. Did you just see that?
What?
Hang's got burrow. There's a burrowed Zergling between those 2 chambers.
Okay, I wonder what the purpose of that is.
Fantastic.
Definitely prevents against worker harassment because you can't just burrow your workers, and maybe there will be some use for that later in the game. But here comes the Marine Medic push, and there's only one Sunken to deal with it, so I think this is enough Marine Medic to just break through here.
We're gonna find out. Scan goes down.
Hanks is throwing down some colonies now, yeah.
Yep, it's too late. He knows.
Here come the fire bat.
Ooh, the drone drill is nice. Unfortunately, gonna lose all these drones, so that's really critical. And the sunken colony even goes down as well. This might be game over. There's really nothing here to respond.
Yeah. This is the strength of bio. Once you kill that sunken, it's over.
That's a GG. Excellent timing push from Theseus.
Yeah, well played game there. Nice mind game, switching it up.
Most
Taking
excellent.
game one.
Taking game one for the second best of 3. So putting the score in, that ties these two players up 2-2. I mean, these guys are neck and neck. Doesn't get much more exciting than this. So let's pull up game number 2 for the second best of 3 here. Let's fire this bad boy up and get into it.
Are we on poly again?
It looks like it. So this might be a situation where
The loser picked?
yeah, the loser picked and they just wanted polypoid again. Which, I mean,
So that means Hangs chose this map?
yeah, and if he likes it, I mean, it's a great map to play on. I'm I'm such a representative for polypoid. All right.
What, did you make this map? No, I'm just kidding.
I wish I could claim that honor. So here we are, game number 2, in our second best of 3. Again, gonna be on polypoid, and our
Oh, I
players.
think we left the overlay on.
Oh yeah, let me fix that. That should be better. So starting us off here in the top left, in the beautiful, lustrous magenta color, playing Terran, it's Theseus.
Yeah, and over here in the bottom left, as our green Zerg, we have Hangs.
Hangs has no color loyalty.
I think Hangs was played as green this whole time.
Has he? I don't know, I'm colorblind.
Okay.
I just had to throw that out there. Okay,
Going for an
so
early pool, though.
yes.
You see this?
Yes, sir. Wow. All right. So I wasn't looking, but is this 9 full speed?
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me, but actually they got the pool and they didn't have that.
It's interesting, the dynamic being a caster. I feel like I should be able to recognize things, but there's so much going on, it's hard to pay attention closely. Scouts going out. Okay, Theseus sending his SCV out, unfortunately in the wrong direction. Hangs gonna send theirs out in the right. Or the correct direction, I should say.
Yeah, so this is very unfortunate for Theseus because on kind of a build you do want to scout it as soon as you can, just because we now see 3 links morphing, and there is going to be, it looks like enough gas for speed here relatively quickly.
Yeah, he's pulling those drones off of the gas, so we should see speed here pretty quickly. There it is.
And now Hangs has scouted, so these Lings are going to head directly to Theseus's base. Theseus is going to see it with this SCV, so we'll see the reaction here. There is one Marine on the way,
Good.
and another one is building.
I like
So
this from Hangs.
yeah.
He just goes right across the map. That's what you got to do as Zerg if you're doing this kind of build.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
Yeah, don't
bother
worry
with the
about
worker.
chasing it until you get speed or something.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like 7 SCVs pulled. So Theseus, again, very well prepared for this, but Hangs may just try to bust here. Going up the ramp, focusing down 1 SCV, 2.
Okay, we gonna go for that third? No, we're gonna back off a little bit. I like that though. Trading 2 Zerglings for 2 SCVs. Really nice, I like that. More Zerglings reinforcing, though. It's probably what Hangs is waiting for and is banking on. Speed's about to complete.
Oh, look at the command center placement here.
Nice.
So Theseus placing a command center after that, not quite on location, but it's going to get denied as Lings have speed and are able to run in there and snipe that in the way.
Some good back and forth micro here from Hangs.
The Lings getting right on top of one of the Marines and get out. Okay, nice retreat back by Theseus to get on top of this ramp.
More Zerglings coming in to reinforce. This is looking pretty scary.
Yeah, this is definitely scary for Terran, and now the Zerglings making their way up the ramp, getting on top of these Marines.
Ooh, getting the surround on the Marines there. Picks all of them off.
He's done it. He's taken out all the Marines. There's only one barracks worth of Marines reinforcing, and he's got Lings on top of that barracks. He's pulled some SCVs to try to deal with it. Oh, and they get the Marine. GG.
GG's called. Fantastic.
Yeah.
This series is so heated.
Yeah, good play from Hangs there. Playing aggressively. Getting the win with the 9 full speed.
It's going to be another point for Hangs. Hangs now leading 3-2 against Theseus. Okay, we'll go into our next game for this series.
Nice, let's do it.
So if Hangs can win this game, he'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
He'll take the crown.
I think the same goes for Theseus too, right? If Theseus wins this game, he takes it.
Then they would be tied up, I think, and it would have to go to another game.
Okay, so here's how I think it worked, right? Hangs won the first series 2-1. And now Theseus won the first game of this series, lost the second game, right? So I think if Theseus wins, it's over. Theseus wins.
I'm not gonna lie, my brain's a little bit fried right now. I can't do the math.
I think this is the deciding game 3 of the second best of 3. That's what I think.
Well, it's going to be on Ascension for sure, because here we are.
Yeah, so it looks like Theseus must have picked this map.
So here at our 12 o'clock position in our pale green. Yeah, it's pale green Zerg. It's going to be Hangs.
Yeah, we have Theseus as our magenta Terran in the bottom right, and Theseus already opting for a wall, so perhaps aware of Hangs' potential for early Lings. Getting that wall up and most likely wanting to take a gas here and go into some mech play is most likely what we're going to see from Theseus.
Yeah, if this is going to be our last game of the series, then wall off is not really surprising. You want to be as safe as possible, right?
Yeah, and you also want to go with the build with. So Theseus looking like they want to take their gas and go for a factory expand build most likely, as that's what they've shown the most of so far. But Hangs, on the other hand, taking their expansion.
Pretty normal 12 hatch.
And scouting out and again seeing this wall. So gotta tip off Hangs a little bit to what Theseus is doing.
And they both scout each other. And this time, what Theseus sees is very normal. So no surprises in store here. That's a normal pool timing after a 12 hatch. Got more drones on the way. No gas just yet. Going up to 13, so perhaps another 3 hatchery play. Factory going down for Theseus. Still got all the boys in the gas.
Mining. Yeah, that's a little interesting. We'll see if how long Theseus keep. They could definitely go for a 2 factory play here, maybe a star play. Those with both. If they do decide to keep mining gas.
Yes.
Oh, and as I say that, they take everyone off.
So it is a 3-hatch play. Just an interesting location for that second hatch, going to be in the mat.
Okay. Maybe a bit of a SimCity location, but really, I'm not sure about this.
It's a safe choice. For more risky economical play, yeah, you'd put it at another base location, but honestly, putting the third hatch in one of your bases is much safer, and something I would recommend if you're newer to 3-hatch play.
What I mean is, like, against the vultures, you want to have a little bit of a SimCity.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But I guess this is not the end of the SimCity for Hanks. Must have an idea of this hatchery is going to block some.
No, it's good, because he puts that creep colony down, right? So that'll be the sunken at the front. And if he just puts Zerglings between the edge of the terrain there, in between that and the sunken, that hatchery there helps block off vultures that might want to run by. So yeah, really effective SimCity.
Okay.
This is Vulture moving out across the map.
Yeah, so this vulture is going to be able to chase off this lane and see exactly what Hangs is up to, that Hangs is still on 2 bases. Now, I wonder if Theseus is going to... We're going to read they have on the game to see if there's a potential hidden base from Hangs, because we know Hangs is capable of that kind of thing.
Ooh, a little bit of Zergling harassment at the natural of Theseus. Both of these SCVs that are there are injured.
Yeah, almost getting at SCV, but not quite finishing one off.
Second factory going down. Machine shop being added to the first. Armory completed.
Now Theseus is scouting this base here on the top right, so definitely aware of Hang's potential for cheese or hidden bases.
He's had enough of Hang's shenanigans today.
Yeah, they played enough games. But here we see the Hydrogen and Evo chain down, as well as a Spire, so we really don't know what Hang's is up to just yet.
Yeah, this double tech, surely confusing for the Terran, especially if a scan might go down, but it's a little early for that. We don't even have the Academy just yet. But scouts the front, gonna see the Hydroden for sure. But with the Spire tucked away deep in the main, and without a scan, it could be enough to fool Theseus.
Yeah, especially with the strategy Hanks has so far going light on Mutalisk, more heavy on Hydras, going for like 3 Mutas and then going Mass Hydra. This could catch Theseus off guard if they decide to skimp on the turrets.
So once again, Theseus going for this +1 armored Goliath play with the Charon boosters on the way. Missile turrets start to go up.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like Theseus is really skipping anything. They're still getting their range upgrade on the Goliath. They are getting those turrets. So they should be prepared to deal with Mutalisks if that's what Hangs goes for. But as we can see, Hangs is upgrading their Hydras right now.
And the Spire just popped, but...
Oh, they are going for some Mutas.
Well, just one in production so far. He's definitely got the resources and the supply for more. Okay, 2 more form up. So 3 Mutas on the way. And now starting to make some Hydras as well. And he's doing it. Hangs is doing it again. The boy is a madman. He's taken another fancy hidden base.
Oh, man.
Bottom.
Okay, but the Vulture might see this. Oh, no, it just goes...
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
he found it.
He sees it.
Very nicely done. Good scouting reactions from Theseus, adapting to Hangs' play over the course of several games and several series. I mean, now that I really think about it, both of these players should be really exhausted at this point. So any slip-ups, just disregarded, because this is, what, game number 6? 5 or 6?
Yeah, just of this finals. And we know they had to go through which bracket, or at least somewhat bracket, to get here.
Lots of Mutas out. Total of 8. 9, counting the one at the natural that has yet to move. And
yeah, I gotta say,
just kind of chilling out on 3 fact. And here come the mutas. Into the main. You see if they find damage. Find this turret. Yep, gonna pick it off. No problem.
Yeah, now getting some good shots on the SCVs. I like this expansion positioning from Haynes in that it's going to take a while for Theseus to walk his Goliath army over there. But now that he's scouted it, it may be a little too vulnerable. So Haynes has got to keep Theseus back in his base with the Mutalisk in order to allow him to get this third base established and get some Hydras over. But right now he's doing a great job, and the Goliaths are parked in the main.
I have to agree with you. The position of this Zerg base... Now let's really think about this tactically for a second. These Mutalisks can fly right over this ledge here, harass Terran, and then quickly come back to defend.
Yeah.
So it's a really tactical position if you're going hard on the Mutalisks. You could just go in, attack, and then, in the blink of an eye, send your mutas back, you're ready to defend.
Yeah, some mutas again doing some harass, taking out a supply depot, and actually forcing the Goliaths farther and farther back into their base. The Goliaths are a little out of position to defend, but they're ready now, and they forced back the mutas. But this still raises the question: is when is Theseus going to have enough to push and make a move out while also being able to defend their main? They've turreted up the main CC.
Well, this
They're
looks like
getting
a
that +1 attack.
looks like a pretty strong power up on 2 base for Terran.
Yeah.
So
And they've kept their SCV count somewhat alive. They haven't taken any crucial damage to that.
yeah, but without any kind of harassment coming out from Terran, Hangs has just been free to drone up. They're basically on even worker counts at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that. I think once this +1 lens finishes for Go, because Hanks has so many players now, and 4 bases again, we may the same gas Zerg is they just use so much.
And here we see this wraparound attack from Zerg, sending the Mutalisks in first. Hydra's just kind of parked on the high ground for now.
Yeah, the Muta's in a great position behind this main middle line. They're able to... Yeah, not committing in with the Hydras, just camping on the high ground. And now Theseus does have that upgrade finishing, so they're moving out with their Goliaths. But here's the Goliaths engaging with the Hydra and Mutalisk, and they have this high ground here. There's a lot of Hydras up here too, and the tanks are not in position. You really need some tanks as well. To get sieged up. Yeah, now the Hydras are forced back because the tanks are sieged.
Yeah, this 1-1 mech army is definitely enough to hold this. I would like to see Hanks try to hold on to this high ground that he's got right outside the Nat of Theseus.
Yeah, that would be a huge play to deny the third base of Theseus much longer. As Terran does kind of need a third gas to get all of their attack.
+2 ranged weapons for Hydras, finished. Now the game's just kind of chill. Definitely a cooldown period.
Yeah, they've kind of macroed up, did a little fighting, and back to in their army. And Haynes taking another base. So pretty standard play. Haynes also going into the Mutalisk upgrades, so they may keep both Mutalisks here.
Yeah, who needs that supply depot? I don't know if you missed that or not.
Yeah, just murdered a supply depot.
Theseus doing another misclick. Again, like I said, these players are probably really exhausted, so we're bound to see some mistakes.
Yeah, I think that was blocking him from going in between the main and the net.
Oh yeah, you might be right. That might have been on purpose, just to help unit flow.
Yeah.
Not the end of the world there.
Yeah, because these chokes here are pretty tight, so he took out the egg as well, so I'm thinking that was probably for unit flow.
Here are the tanks on the high ground. Let's see if the Hydras try to take out these tanks. They don't have a life buffer in front of them. Uh-oh, so he loses all 3 tanks. That's not what you wanted if you're Theseus. And now the Hydras are on the high ground. There's tanks back here to support these Goliath. And again, Theseus forced back into the main. So that was a good trade for Hangs, getting able to take out those tanks. Tanks are very gas heavy, and you need, a good group of them before you're able to start taking out Hydralisks, en masse.
Yeah, definitely. Now some more Mutalisks stream across and reinforce with the Hydras, and Hangs is going to continue to hold on to this high ground outside the Nat, which really tactically nice location to have. Scan goes down, Theseus checking the Hydra count. Looks like he wants to push up again.
Yeah, here comes some more tanks sieging up on that high ground. Wow, Hangs instantly picking them all off.
Oh, they're too close. In come the Mutalist
Here
to
come the
reinforce.
Mutalist.
Yep. Ooh. Awesome. Good skirmishing done by Hangs, I must say.
Yeah, getting those tanks has been crucial because once the tank count builds up, you're able to trade a lot better against Hydralisk. Now we see the 3rd command center from Theseus starting. They're starting to kind of get mined out at the same time.
Hive Tech just started for Hangs. And if we also look at a couple of the numbers, 67 drones. Madman. Hangs is just manhandling this game.
Definitely droning up, and as a result, able to massive Hydralisk. And this is just such a brutal position from Terran. How do you push up this high ground?
Well,
It looks like Muta's maybe transitioning into main.
You can't fit your mech army through this tiny little choke on the side. You have to push up this ramp, really. But Hangs has just held on to this high ground for pretty much the entire game.
Some Muta's picking away at these SCBs in the main.
Okay, Hank's finally starting to back up those Hydralisks, but will he surrender that upper ground?
Yeah, this is a good location for these tanks. I think they're just going to leapfrog them like 2 at a time up to the high ground.
Well, looks like
This
Hank's
is a good
gonna push
position
in.
for Theseus, though. They're able to trade tanks.
Lots of Hydralisks kind of died there for not a lot of value. And again, pushing with more Hydralisks through that tiny choke. Again, just gonna lose all of them. Tanks just splattering them.
Yeah, that choke is a death sentence for any third units right now, but here come the Mutalisks, again trying to engage with the Terran army. Taking a lot of damage, though, from the Goliath.
Wow. That was the first time I think we really saw Zerg just get slaughtered, the first time this game. Taking a hard loss there. So now it looks like Theseus will probably be able to break out, but with more Hydras approaching, going to challenge this upper ground push.
Yeah, the tanks actually have unsieged now. The command center being forced back. Is he going to be able to snipe this command center? No.
I don't think
Nonsense.
so.
Okay, he pulls back.
Yeah, definitely a good decision there. Should be able to get a repair. Yep, there's the repair on the CC. And it's just units coming across the map, more and more units. Hangs is in such a powerful macroeconomical position right now that I don't think losing trades like these really has that much of an impact anymore. Because with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bases and 67 drones, you have so much money. And look at his bank. His bank is huge too.
Yeah. Theseus going for a drop, trying to maybe get some presence out on the map because they have been hard to contain for so long. But I just don't see this drop doing too much damage to Hangs, who has kind of ran away with this game economically speaking. They have so many workers. Again, another force going up by Theseus, trying to take this high ground and trying to take their third base. Now there's a lot of Mutalisks, and there's really not too many Goliaths left. There's the drop happening over at the Nat for Haynes. If there's any reaction, a lot of drones are going down.
Not a bad drop. A lot of drones
Yeah,
died.
definitely got its damage for it. I'd agree with that.
For one dropship, 4 vultures, definitely good value. But Theseus is in a position right now where he needs to get a lot of value to really keep himself in this game. Zerg keeps trading vast swaths of the swarm just to keep Terran back down onto this low ground. And it seems to continue working. I mean, we're 18.5 minutes into this game. Theseus is still stuck on 2 bases. Main's mined out. Nat's getting close to mined out. He's gonna need to push out very soon.
Yeah, finally getting a good amount of tanks now on that high ground. But here comes Zerg again, maybe trying to clean up this push. Some mines out now, buying some time.
But there's too many tanks, I think, for these Hydras to really approach effectively.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be Mutalisk now. I think there is, like as you're saying, too many tanks, but there's only like 5 Goliath out.
And here it is,
Here
another
they
big
come,
push.
just coming in again, down the ramp.
Ooh.
Running right into these siege tanks, but they're trading okay. Getting a couple tanks.
Okay, so Theseus manages to secure this 3rd base, but still has a long road ahead of him. I mean, if you just look at the mini-map, it's a doomsday scenario for Terran, really.
Yeah, Hangs is everywhere, and Theseus is just now taking their 3rd base. So that's definitely kind of a deficit for Theseus, but they could take this 4th base. It's not too far away here, and that would provide them some much-needed income and potentially let them get back in the game. One thing that is worrisome for Terran, though, is they have stopped upgrading. Their upgrades are okay at 2-1, but it would be nice to see them on or 3-2.
Yeah, making Terran mech more efficient.
But we do see a decent amount of factory.
Oh, and a Mutalisk
And-
flank in the main.
Ooh, so this could be dangerous here.
Goes right onto the turrets.
5 turrets, though.
But these Mutas have 1-1 upgrades.
Yeah, they may get this armory, which isn't upgrading, but it is live production, which once that gets... there won't be any more live. Theseus, though, slowly pushing with the tanks. Yeah, trying to get on top of the high ground.
We're on the same page, brother.
It's almost like we're watching the same game.
So yeah, okay, Hang's just gonna chill out with these mutas at the bottom. Losing a lot of Zerg forces on that high ground outside the 3rd. Still has full map control, though. You really gotta see some magic happen here from Theseus. But so far he's holding on and doing a pretty damn good job, too. Okay, all those mutas
Theseus
down
has
below
started that.
got wiped
Yeah,
out.
Theseus. The mutas are first back, right? Or they got taken out.
They all got wiped out, yeah.
Okay. Which is good for Theseus because they do have enough tanks. They're not really that afraid of Hydros right now. They are trying to set up this 4th base, which they're going to need if they want to get back in this game because Hanks has literally the whole rest of the map at this point. But if Theseus is able to get up this 4th base and then maybe move down and take one of these lower ground expansions, I could see them having enough to fight Hangs because Hangs is trading so inefficiently right now.
Ooh, these Hydralisks have 3-2 upgrades.
Yeah, definitely scary upgrades on those Zerg.
Don't see any
I
additional
wonder
tech coming
if-
out of Zerg, though.
Yeah, I wonder if Haynes is going to drop play. He does have a lot of overlords gathered here. A drop would be really nice.
Like, we have the Hive, but I don't see, like, a Defiler Mound or a double Queen's Nest.
Yeah.
Double Queen's
What
Nest in
that
the main.
means. And there's actually a Queen's Nest already at the base.
Yeah, so triple Queen's Nest. Really
Not
styling.
sure. Not sure what we're watching here.
Yeah, just slowly accumulating a mass of Hydras in the middle of the map. Hangs in a perfectly comfortable position still. Theseus trying to move up to secure this fourth base.
Yeah, Theseus does have the +3 started on now, so I think they can get this third base and get their upgrades, you know, to the 3-3. They're going to be able to fight back into this game. They need to move some more tanks, though, with their Goliath army, because right now they're trading too many Goliath for just Hydras. And so far, this fourth base is getting denied. There's a lot of Hydras up here, but I think the tanks slowly move their way over here. Here comes another group of Mutalisks, seeing what they can do.
That's a full control group. But no, Hanks decides to back up. That's a lot of anti-air. Okay, good, respecting.
Yeah, this could be huge. If Theseus finally takes the high ground, they're going to be able to set up this fourth base. They just need to siege up here on the high ground, lay some mines. Here comes a huge counterattack though, Hanks, sending a bunch of Hydras and some Mutas as well. And now Theseus trying to reinforce his position, but I think the tanks are a little too far back right now.
Yeah, definitely a lot of Zerg and a powerful counterattack, wiping out a lot of Terran's army.
Yeah, and retaking this high ground, which has been crucial for this whole game, just containing Terran and taking the high ground.
Utilizing these Mutalisks to take out any remaining tanks that are kind of in the outskirts. Very smart.
Yeah, great play with the Mutalisks, and I gotta say, like, Zerg still being able to build Mutalisks and trade them effective upgrades, you know, bodes well for them, I think. Okay, so now 3-1 has finished for Terran, but the Goliath are getting kind of lured out ahead and taken out.
+2
There
air
is
carapace
still
finished.
8 siege tanks. Okay, +2 air carapaces finished.
Okay, yeah, still so much of the map being in Hangs' control. I feel like there's a timer, you know, there's a clock on Theseus. He's still gotta get moving. Still gotta get out here. I mean, the third is starting to dry up.
Yeah, the fourth base finished is good, but you need to take that ground and start mining from it ASAP, because right now 52 SCBs are mining from like rock patches, so that's not good if you're Terran.
I'm still not seeing any queens, and I'm a little disappointed. Maybe I just can't find them. Like, we have all these queen's nests, but... Okay, 6 queens are in production. I think it's finally time. Yep, here they are. Some are fielded now.
Okay, another push for the high ground, and now here comes the Zerg counterattack. The tanks are just sieging up now. The Hydralisk getting on top of the tanks, taking out a few. But I think this is a good position for Theseus. They have secured this high ground. Look at these queens getting caught unprotected here.
For sure. The siege tank's just too much. This high ground, really important for Theseus to stay in the game at this point.
Yeah, here comes a huge group of Mutalisks, though, making a counterattack. And these tanks are not very effective against Mutalisks, so it's all up to the Goliaths to do their part and hold off the air. But this might be too much Mutas, finally.
And these tanks on the outskirts without much support gonna get picked off.
Yeah, I think this is it here. There's only a few Goliaths left to defend these tanks, and the Mutalisks are just going to keep growing in number here.
Yeah, you're right. There's just too much control for Zerg. As he continues to just push in and whittle more away of the Terran army, I think this game really starts to look more like it's in Hangs' favor for a victory.
Yeah, Theseus could potentially set up this fourth base, but they can't do that while they're defending this third base. So they've kind of got to choose, and right now they're just mining out their third base. Here comes the Mutalisks taking the first shots from Goliath and now trying to focus on some tanks. The Hydralisk following up, taking out the Goliath, and I think this is an overwhelming force of Zerg.
It's
They're
just
be able
too
to
much.
Third base.
There's too much swarm here, too much Zerg. This is probably
The
going to be
tank's in
game.
a good position in the back. They're able. Wow, one tank has 24 kills. That's actually pretty.
24 kills, wow.
Okay, here comes some queens. They've got the energy.
Come on. Come on. I'd love to see some Broodling to clean this game out.
Yeah. Maybe an infested CC?
Maybe an infested CC? Oh man. Here's the
Oh,
opportunity.
he's gonna let the command center die though.
Don't pick that off, it's valuable. Oh man.
GG.
GG gets called. Wow. A very, very intense series between these two players.
Yeah, definitely a battle.
Let's see where we're at. Left side, Hangs is going to take another one. That's going to put him up 4-2. And let me just do a quick check here. What do we got? What do we got? Yeah, that's it. That's going to be it. That completes the series for King of Tier 1. Which means we have but one series left at the very tippy top. It's going to be Tier 0. Let me find game 1 here.
Yeah, you gotta give Hangs a lot of credit coming through with a win and taking it from the losers bracket, so that means they have to win 2 best of 3s in order to become the champion of Tier 1. So definitely shout out to them winning that series. Pretty
Absolutely.
impressive.
Round of applause. A round of applause for both players for really sticking it out for that many games. It's totally exhausting. Okay, so we're going to fire up the first game in the series to take Tier 0. Who will be king? And we're going to begin here on Ascension. In the 12 o'clock position here at the top, colored green, playing Protoss, it's going to be the Ash Clan's Jedi 1.
Yeah, and over here in the bottom left, as the blue Terran, we have myself.
Some loser.
Blue.
Oh, yeah, you, right.
Yeah, me. It's me.
So how do you feel about this? You're going to have to cast your own games.
I know, I don't know how I feel about it. I haven't cast myself. I said I would cast this game, or this tournament, and then I ended up making it to the finals, so I get to cast myself. So we're gonna see how this goes.
What do you think of this initial pylon? PVT.
Yeah, so it looks like a forward gate, right, at the net. So most likely I will be expecting some zealot pressure here, but I am constructing a wall, or at least, yeah. So this zealot pressure may not be too effective, but here is Ash Jedi 1 facing their gateway at the net.
Now,
So yeah, if they want to pressure, they can.
you definitely have your work cut out for you here. Jedi 1 was actually the king of Tier 0 at the beginning of the season as well.
Okay, good to know. So credit to Ash Jedi 1 for winning that tournament. Definitely a good player. I played them before the Brute War Clan League, so I know their talent and skill with the Protoss race.
I mean, he's just a monster truck that just bulldozes through everything. I remember it like it was yesterday. Because it was yesterday. He was constantly DMing me on Discord. Hey, I won. Hey, I won. I won. Hey, I won. Hey, I won.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I guess you're unstoppable. So here he is. He's checking out your wall, so he knows.
Yeah, sees the wall. I don't think they're building any zealots, so they must have realized this wall kind of counters any zealot aggression. So they're taking their gas and placing a cybernetics core. So immediately going into dragoons. And I'm sending out my first SCV, so the Terran SCV will go out and scout the map and see where Protoss is spawning. And there's actually a pylon being constructed out to try to let the probe in, but it actually gets shut down.
Oh, I just missed it.
Yeah, the probe is just trying to somehow hop. I don't think that really works. And here we see Protoss is actually setting up their second gateway. So I think this is a reaction to seeing the, because you really can't tell what Terran is doing. You can, I guess you can think maybe they're going for 2 factory.
Yeah, it definitely seems a little suspicious each time Terran walls off, right?
Mm-hmm. So I think that may have caused this reaction of the 2 gateway goon that we're seeing from Ash Jedi 1.
Yeah, but you're going for an expand, so 2 gate against an expanding Terran.
Yeah, factory expand. So it should be safe against 2 gateways, but we're gonna have to see how the control goes and everything. Definitely 2 gateways is pretty aggressive. And here is the Terran SCV making its way into the Protoss main. It's going to get past this first gateway and see that there is no nexus. So that's got to be tripping off some alarm bells for Terran. What exactly is Protoss up to? And then seeing the second gateway with the first spinning, I think lets you know that it is 2-gate goon.
He's going to come up and ambush you with that other Dragoon that just popped. You're doing a pretty good job keeping this worker alive, though, I must say. Does get
yeah,
down
just
eventually.
trying to delay that goon and see exactly.
Back at home base for you at your natural. Okay, you got the barracks there to help form the wall. Bunker's up, got some Marines in it. So, pretty defensible position against this opening, right? When you're going up, you get your second fact. You already got your machine shop. eBay for, what, DT and shuttle shenanigans?
Yeah, you gotta have an eBay just to be safe, but I think considering that it is 2-gate goon, there really is no need for turrets just yet. But definitely the bunker, some tanks, and siege mode could be very effective against this goon pressure. That being said, Protoss is expanding behind it, so they're gonna be able to catch up. Just right now they are behind the count and the base count, so if Terran can hold on here without taking any damage, I think we'll be okay heading into the mid game.
Yeah, I was going to say, this looks like a pretty commanding position so far from you. That your natural was able to go up without too much of a hitch. No harassment really besides these goons that are finally hitting your bunker. And with his nat not even completed yet, economically you should be pretty ahead. Unless I'm wrong. I don't really know the matchup that well.
No, I agree. I think one of the drawbacks of playing Terran is you can be ahead like this in the early game and Protoss is, but I think Terran is ahead from defending this 2-gate and repairing this bunker, taking out a Dragoon there. Now if they start losing their tanks though, and one tank does barely survive that attack, a couple SCVs here get kind of sent to their death. But the second tank is out, and it's going to be able to try to defend this bunker.
Pretty close calls here too, like that bunker almost went down.
Yeah, it looks like the bunker may actually get taken out as there is no SCV repairing it.
You have enough tanks here though, it looks like. You should be able to push this back, no prob.
Yeah, here come the tanks, trying to fight with these 3 goons. Again, we're seeing how difficult it is to get up this high ground at times.
Yeah, so these 3 Dragoons are injured. I imagine he'll probably try to do whatever he can with them, but you should feel pretty safe at this point.
Yeah, definitely there's enough tanks out for Terran. The damage of the 2-gate Goon has been kind of held off. And now it's a matter of how does Protoss decide to transition. Right now they're taking a 3rd base, and they've got Reaver on
Reaver
the way,
tech.
it looks like.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they've got the tech. And here's Terran making a push now with 6 siege tanks, a Marine, a SCV, and a Vulture. So kind of an interesting unit comp right now for Terran. They do have mines and speed upgrading. But there is 8 goons out right now to meet them.
Ooh, a bit of a precarious situation here with Jedi 1 controlling the high ground.
Definitely the Protoss on the high ground here, able to force back the Terran attack and taking out a few vultures as well. Maybe 1 tank fighting the dust too.
This Reaver pops out of this robotics. Let's see if he picks it up with the shuttle and moves out with it. Ooh, very nice mine at the choke point for Protoss. 1 mine takes out 2 goons. And you see 2 vultures in the main. Nice!
Yeah, they make their way into the main, so now they're laying up near that gateway. But here comes the Reaver, so it's gonna land. Almost takes some mine damage there. Get dropped off again, and now it's able to clean up one of the vultures. Gets another shot off on another vulture.
Yeah, not bad. Being pretty active with these vultures, you're getting a lot of scouting information as well. And now...
Yeah, and Terran can see that 3rd has not saturated for the Protoss, so worker count is actually pretty even for Terran being ahead, I would say. Protoss, though, adding up to 3 gateways. They've got a Reaver out. They're trying to saturate their 3rd.
Adding on some additional factories now, I see. Ooh, and you get even more vultures past this Dragoon that was supposed to be blocking and making a choke there. Oh, unfortunately, I don't think he got any probes. Here comes this shuttle with 2 Reavers in it.
So here comes the speed shuttle, and it does have 2. It's dropping right into the main, right outside the resource line.
Good pull. That's gonna dud.
Yeah, that first dud shot does nothing, so at least the SCVs were pulled.
Now putting up turrets as an immediate response.
Protoss has now saturated their 3rd base, so they are ahead on bases right now. But Terran has got their upgrades going, and is going up to 6 factories.
Pumping out some tanks, getting that Charon booster upgrade for your Goliaths. Now on 6 factories. Strong 2 base power up. And once again, it looks like we kind of reached this situation in a game where things just kind of chill out a little bit.
Yeah, the Reavers are kind of poking around in the shuttle, maybe going for another landing here. They do find an opening, so now they're landing right in the mat.
Oh, he's got some good damage here.
Good amount of SCVs there. Yeah, maybe now trying to sneak into the main. Now taking some shots from this turret, but they may be able to get into the main here. Oh, the Goliaths.
Ooh, so close.
Oh,
very nice. Gets the drop off first, though.
Yeah, manages to unload both the Reavers into the main. The SCVs get pulled pretty fast, but First are trading okay against these vultures and Goliath. So Terran definitely lost a lot of SCVs down to 4, and we do see Ash Jedi 1 now with the worker count advantage up to 56.
Not only that, but he's got a lot of gateways and they're all pumping.
Yeah, it looks like a new round of speed zealots play. Actually, they're slow zealots. Are those slow zealots?
Yep, those are slow zealots.
Okay, so they are pumping, but they're just slow zealots right now. It looks like Terran is trying to move the map. They do have a lot of their units stuck at the choke between their net and the base.
One of the difficulties of playing a map that's modeled after Blue Storm.
Yes, indeed. But they are slowly pushing across the map. They have sieged up some of their tanks. And now they're going for it right in the middle, but they're leading the Protoss army, which is sieged up on this high ground, so to speak. And here comes Protoss just going for it. I think they see Terran is besieged.
Got this shuttle lurking and looming right outside of your main forces. 4 zealots in it, getting ready to do a bombing. Nope, decides to pull that back and pulls the rest of his army back as well. Plays it safe. And
yeah, both players, slowly pushing here.
Both of your army movements are kind of mimicked. He moves up and you move up as well. It's really beautiful to watch.
Yeah, as we can see here during the fighting though, it looks like Terran's kind of not macroing, still at 115 supply. Meanwhile, Protoss has gone up to 130. So these zealots coming out now more and more, and actually the speed upgrade is now almost finishing for Protoss. So these zealots are going to be more effective as the game goes on.
I like this cheeky little siege tank that you got parked over here to the side below his third. Just pounding away.
Yeah, one siege tank pulling the army back over here, but it does get attacked by the shuttle, and there is a Reaper here as well. So Terran has kind of sieged up this location here, outside the Protoss 4th, but they're not able to make it onto the high ground, at least not yet, and they're not able to really force the Protoss into hiding. And here they go up the high ground now. Oh, and they have to pull back. Ash Jedi 1 actually now taking a 4th base over here on the top right side of the map.
And he's continuing to add more gateways in his main as well. Doing a pretty good job here clearing out these mines without actually engaging the Terran army.
Yeah, now Terran pushing over here, maybe trying to force Protoss to engage with them. Protoss sending in some, but mainly pulling back with their forces. It looks like they're trying to buy time to get all of their gateway production, engaged and into the field. Protoss does not really have any higher tech right now. They're just on gateways. They've got a Templar archives, but they haven't gone towards Arbiter anything like that. Here comes a big battle in the high ground. The tanks were not sieged up. They have sieged up now, but the zealots are right on top of them.
Oof, what a powerful surround from Protoss.
Yeah, Protoss with a nice flank, and it looks like they're going to be able to take out all these siege tanks. A couple left. One goes down, and there goes the second one. There are some vultures left on the field here for Terran, and they may be able to clean up these dragoons. But Protoss, I think, behind this, got all their gateways going.
Terran working hard to control this high ground outside the Protoss 3rd.
Yeah, placing some more tanks on the high ground, hoping to defend this location and maybe set up some kind of campaign on Protoss. I think that's pretty much all Terran has going for them right now, though, is this high ground. They're laying some mines here at the 4th base location for Protoss.
A lot of vultures. A lot of vultures. Good amount of mines laid down too. I like that the mines are laid right on the ramp, where from the 3rd they'd have to move up against those mines and the siege tanks. And doing more vulture work, getting a ton of vultures into the main base, laying a bunch of mines.
Yeah, a lot of vultures died by some zealots though, and now they're trying to run by into that. With some cannons being placed by Ash Jedi 1 proving very effective.
Yeah, you get that pylon. You show who's boss.
Yeah, some zealot doing work there.
Wow.
But here comes a shuttle. And it looks like Protoss has had enough and had a bust on top of this high ground. There's 3 tanks up here to meet them, and the vultures are doing alright cleaning up the zealots, but there's a lot of dragoons, and look at the Protoss army reinforce this position. And it gets cleaned up, so I think there was just not enough tanks up there for Terran to hold on. And now they've fallen back to kind of their 2nd layer of a contain. But I think Protoss behind this has 5 bases. So they're going to be able to build up their economy pretty fast here.
One's being taken out entirely by a single hero vulture. Alright, let's take a look at some upgrades real quick. Protoss Ground Army, +1 weapons, +1 armor. Let's see what the Terran mech has. 1-1 as well.
Yeah, kind of subpar upgrades from Terran, I gotta say, as well. Late 3rd base timing has really hurt them as this game goes on. Again, trying to take this high ground and lay some mines up there, but some goons immediately come up there and chase them away. The tanks are spread out here, and it looks like Terran may be trying to take and expand here in the direction of Protoss, but I just don't see it working, as Protoss can easily get out onto the map. This contain is not really a full contain.
A lot of footwork being done from Protoss's army. Jedi 1's being very vigilant with his Dragoon army, marching it around the map. Just looking for openings, I would assume. Looking for spots that they could pick off tanks, perhaps, and looking like it's moving into formation for a flank here.
Yeah, definitely looping around to the right side of the map and trying to make it to Terran's 3rd base. There's units all making its way up that ramp. Seeing that Terran has no units on their own ground, they're able to just walk directly to this 3rd base location. And here's Terran desperately trying to siege up some tanks and lay some mines, but it might be too little too late, as a lot of Protoss units are making their way down this ramp.
Yeah, I think this Protoss army might be a little bit too big for Terran to handle. Full push in, he's here.
Yeah, Protoss just moving on top of those tanks with their goons.
What an intense game. But this just looks like Protoss just kind of finding that weak spot, that one weak spot, and just punching through.
Yeah, Protoss definitely played defensive, masked up, and then managed to make a huge attack there that was very effective at the Terran 3rd base location, just to easily take the win there.
Oof. What a game. So our first Tier 0 game. It's going to go to Jedi 1. And with that out of the way, we're starting to come to the close of the cast as Tier 0 starts to wrap up. We don't know how many more games we have ahead of us. It could be 1, could be 2, could be 4, just like Tier 1. That was really crazy. Well, let's find game number 2. I'm gonna boot this up, and it's really starting to get crazy with the tiers going up. Now that we're at Tier 0, we're seeing tons and tons of macro, micro, lots of different unit combinations, strategies, tricks. I'm really enjoying it so far. We're going to fire this replay up, jump on into the game, and this will be game 2 in the best of 3 series for the King of Tier 0. And this time, it's going to be on Eclipse. And in our top right corner, in the blue color, playing Terran, my fellow caster, it's going to be RK Clan's Royal Blue.
Yeah, and over here in the bottom left, as our red Protoss, we have Ash Jedi 1. And look at this, Ash Jedi 1 sending out one of their initial probes here across the map. So I wonder what shenanigans Protoss has in store for us this game.
Proxy 99 gate, go!
Yeah, it's only a matter of where the proxy will be built at this point. But maybe just going for a gas steal.
Yeah.
And there it is. So there is proxy going down, a pylon being built outside of Terran's net.
Okay, supply depot going down for Terran in the formation of a wall to wall that ramp off.
And there is the gateway, so it's basically an 8 supply gateway from our Protoss player. And they're going to be able to get right in there with this probe.
He's coming for your gas. He's gonna get your gas. That's what I'm thinking. Yep, I was right.
Yeah, taking the gas right on time as the Rax goes down. So a nice play from Protoss here. They're going to get Terran kind of stuck defending Zealots with just Marines because there's no gas off way for Terran. But this initial probe trying to be annoying and block the wall. Kind of getting denied by these 2 SCVs.
Hey, that gateway's finished. Ooh, no Zealot in production just yet. Oh no, your scout goes out, but it just barely misses it.
Yeah, looks like the scout kind of went directly to the Protoss main instead of looking for this proxy pylon. So not going to be able to see all the Zealots coming out of this gateway. There is 1 Zealot on the way. And it looks like Terran has opted to destroy the assimilator that built the gas. So they will be taking their own gas here. And here's the first Zealot. So the wall is pretty much already constructed. Wow, actually trying to save SCV here. And it gets taken out.
Oh,
Okay.
poor SCV got trapped on the other side.
But yeah, Ash Jedi 1 taking their gas, getting a cybernetics core, transitioning away from these Zealots now that it was up.
Oof, good micro. Quickly pulling back that Marine before losing it.
Yeah, and we see Ash Jedi 1 again sending out another probe to the map. So they've got one with their Zealot and kind of in the middle of the map. They're gearing up for here. Still no factory for Terran, and no sign of an expansion for Protoss.
First Dragoon in production. A lot of worker movement in this game. Out on the map.
Yeah, second gateway going down for Protoss in their main, and it looks like is going to scout it right away with the SCV. So seeing again a 2-gate opening from Protoss with the range. So again, maybe a 2-gate Goon opening. And this Zealot and Goon are going to try to make their way up the ramp here at the net.
Here we go. Ooh. Nice
So
hold.
a little bit of fighting, but one zealot does fall, and so does one.
I'm really curious about this probe in the upper left.
Yeah, lots of workers heading out all around the map.
I think he's just scouting for anything hidden.
Yeah, Terran is just now... Oh, not going to scout that proxy gateway.
Would it matter at this point? Ostensibly, you knew that it was a proxy when you got your SCV in his base, right?
You're right. I did know that there was a proxy because I saw just one gateway building in the main, not like anything finished, but I didn't know where it was, so it's nice to know where it was. But we see the command center going down in the main for our Terran player, and it looks like Ashida-1 is looking to plant a Nexus.
Nice cheeky eBay block right there, just before your SCV died. I love it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how effective that really is, but it does have the Nexus.
It bought you a couple seconds. As long as you got the cancel, I think it was probably okay.
Yeah, I did get the cancel. I got that going for me. It looks like Mines is coming down from Terran.
So you get your tank first.
Maybe going for some kind of FD. There is a tank out, but it's kind of behind the Marines, and it looks like the Marines are just going to die to these goons.
Yeah, they were already injured to begin with from the earlier skirmish with that Zealot and Dragoon.
Yeah, now there's 4 Dragoons out, so it's going to be hard to push this with just one tank.
Ooh, I like the barracks trick there. Obscuring your
Yeah,
units
maybe
underneath.
trying to block the ramp with the barracks here? And yeah, it does actually force the goons back. And we see siege mode is about half the so Terran will be able to take this now eventually. And also some missile turrets going up.
Robotics coming up for Protoss. Natural Nexus just about complete.
So both these players going to take their nat at around the same time here.
A little bit of a skirmish here with the Dragoons at the nap, but with this siege tank here, that's already in siege mode, and another one sieging up, you should be just fine. Yeah, Protoss is going to back up. Jedi 1 sees that and sees, yeah, I'm just going to lose goons if I stay here. Here's a nice transfer of SCVs down. It looks like he's pulling all the way back with those goons.
Yeah, not even leaving anything at the front here to see if Terran does decide to move out. Instead, just moving the goons back, and it looks like Ashida-1 is going to take a third base. And yeah, as we're noticing, there is robotics support bay already finished with a shuttle.
Support bay with speed shuttle, baby. So he's going to get a little bit shuttly.
Yeah, as they did in the last game as well. We see an armory coming in. So maybe that will take us, I thought, to deal with this shuttle.
2 more factories going down. One's about to complete. Academy on the way. Armory just now finished. Looking real good. You got your Vulture out on the map looking for hidden bases. Jedi 1 at his natural third with the pylon wall. Gonna stop that Vulture from getting in.
Yeah, the Vulture can see that there is no expansion here, so that should provide Terran with a tell that Protoss is playing very defensive right now, and maybe going for some kind of tech, which it looks like they are doing that Reaver tech.
Yep, here's that shuttle. 1 Zealot and 1 Reaver in it. It's starting to move down towards the bottom of the map across.
Yeah, and there is 1 turret at the net, kind of near where the bunker.
It looks like an anti-DT turret.
Yeah, that's definitely not going to help against a Reaver, I don't think. So if the Reaver makes its way over to this Terran base, there's going to need to be like a ring of turrets to defend against it, or maybe some Goliaths could be out. But as we see, the scanner is not ready yet. So I think this Reaver is going to be unscouted.
Here we go.
And it does have speed, and it instantly takes a tank shot and lifts up, so it doesn't get a shot off for the SCVs, but now it's heading straight for the main, and guess what? There's only one Marine tank in the main to defend it. Ooh, nice shot, gets off. Oh no, it's a tank splash.
Tank
Kills
splash.
the other SCVs. So that was, yeah, friendly fire there. Oh my goodness.
Major
so
damage.
There was a bunch of grouped SCVs taking 4 hits, so now we see Terran's SCV count falling to just 30 SCVs. So that Reaver definitely paid for itself there on the harass damage.
So some impressive economic harassment coming from Protoss. If the playing field wasn't even, there's no way in hell it is now. 34 to 48 with the worker count 1 base ahead for Protoss. But of course the game's not over yet. There's absolutely possibilities for Terran.
Yeah, definitely a commanding position for Protoss. That's what you want to do with your kills. That feels really good. Finally, Terran does see the proxy gateway and is laying some mines over there.
Ooh, I almost missed it. That Reaver went back in the main. Ooh.
Ooh, and it gets another good amount of SPs.
These Reaver shots.
It's going to get taken out.
Oh.
It does get taken out by those Goliath. But, oh yeah, only 29 SCB, 53 workers for Ash Jedi 1.
This guy's a monster with Reavers. He's like CPL Snow.
Yeah, look at the main. There's no workers in there mining it. Definitely not this Terran. +1 upgrade is finishing the. So it looks like Terran will try to make a push here.
Charon boosters just completed. That's more vultures in production.
Another Reaver though heading up to the mat.
This time accompanied by a Dragoon. Big army push out from Terran. Just going to try to control their side of the map. But these Dragoons kind of coming off the high ground here. Going to catch some of these units off guard, but it looks like a great pinch from all sides on Terran. Going to clean up these goons, no problem. Here comes that Reaver though. Takes out just a vulture. Let's see what it can make happen. Shot gets off, hits with just 1 tank. Very, very nice cleanup from Terran here, clearing out all those remaining Dragoons. And Shadow wants to go and sees the newly refurbished missile turret at the nap there. Decides to turn around. Nah, it's probably not worth it.
And now Terran continue with their push kind of across the map now with tanks. They're reinforcing with vultures, but they've only got 3 factories behind this. Meanwhile, what has Protoss got? 1, 2, 3, 5 gateways, 6, 7 on the way, and they've still got that proxy gateway up in case they're able to reinforce from that location. Terran does have a lot of tanks out right now, though. And they've got a good position outside of Protoss mat. Maybe they can make something happen with this push.
This push is going to have to be orchestrated carefully, though. There are 2 speed shuttles, both with at least 1 Reaver in them, so 2 Reavers total.
Oh, look at this mine hit.
Ooh.
Brutal.
Still on 3 fact. Is that about right? I'm not looking like... I don't like that. We have another bust
Here
out
comes
attempt.
the big engage. It looks like the Reaver was dropped and was trying to flank the tanks, and the tanks are being taken out slowly here by this Protoss force. There is a lot of Dragoons, but they're being taken out. The Vultures reinforce, actually, and they're forcing the Dragoons back. Huh. The Vultures head into the main, but don't really get too much done.
Really trying to reinforce this position outside of Protoss Natural. Even putting up a supply depot to help them wall in. Mine's doing great work. Taking out and clearing these zealots.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. Factor But it looks like 3 more factories being added on by Terran.
There we
But
go.
maybe a little bit late to reinforce this push.
Yeah, that's what I'm
As
worried
we
about.
do see, Protoss has so many gateways, adding on 1, 2, 3 more gateways. And they've got these 3 bases, so they know if they can hold on, they've got to be ahead eco-wise on Terran.
Here we go again. These mine drags are pretty crazy. A lot of zealots getting out though. Getting some pretty good surrounds. Gonna be able to pick up all these tanks that are left.
Yeah, just overwhelmed by speed zealots. It looks like there is a few dragoons in the back doing some damage, taking out that depot. And yeah, what does Terran have now behind this? There is no 3rd command center. The upgrades, how are the upgrades looking? They have +1. They're getting +2 actually.
So weapons for mech. Getting that +2. Terran? Yep, that's what they've got. Protoss just chilling out with the +1 weapons on the ground, but getting +1 armor right now. Just started. Adding on a 2nd forge as well.
It looks like Protoss is heading over to take a base in the bottom right as well. Over there, constructing some pylon. There is a vulture that could snipe it, but it's noticing right now.
Protoss looking like they're positioning to take this lower right base.
Yeah, finally a 3rd command center does go down for Terran, so they're going to expand.
Bit of a slow-moving game for a PvT, yeah?
I don't know. I think PvT is pretty slow.
Yeah.
We saw some nice Reaver harass. We saw +1 attack from Terran. So. There has been some action, but I hear you on that one. It looks like some vultures are going to get over here to the bottom right and take out some probes. They're transferring to this 4th base location.
Great picks on these probes. It's just about all of them.
Protoss has now taken this high ground and they're dropping some vultures over here at 12. So it's going to be difficult for Terran to try to expand to this position. They are putting up some missile turrets, maybe to defend against their Reaver drop. And here come the tanks and vultures, maybe trying to move out and defend this 3rd base.
The folks in the chat catching some extra noise in the background. Yeah, those are my happy sheeps running around. My pups. Alright, let's see where we're at here. A lot of posturing on each player's side of the map. Really controlling their own territory right now.
Yeah, Terran's factory count a little bit low, only at 6 factories, would like to see that higher. Protoss gateway count is pretty good. And yeah, Protoss is nearing max now, so they look pretty fearsome. Meanwhile, Terran's only at 123 supply. So they're going to need to saturate this 3rd base and then try to macro out need to deal with what Protoss has right now moving across the map.
Protoss pushing up and controlling the high grounds here.
Yeah, this is a crucial high ground to map. It's important to be able to stop pushes that may come across the high ground. It looks like the Terran is going to sneak on the other side and has laid a bunch of mines outside that high ground to prevent Protoss from just walking down there. But what are these vultures going to find over here on the left side? That's my question. They do take out one probe that was building a cannon.
Ooh, that's forcing a huge response from Protoss. Gonna send the whole army up to deal with that. got some High Templars loaded up in these shuttles now. This is starting to look real scary. Here we go, Protoss moving up and over from the left side, maybe trying to get a good angle on which to engage.
Yeah, the shuttle trying to get to the third base, but it gets shut down by the turrets. Now there's a little bit of a attack here coming in. Coming down the ramp, the shuttle gets instantly picked off by the Goliath. And now here comes the Zella Dragoon Templar force right into the siege tanks.
Wow, what a battle. But Protoss gonna pull back.
It looks like Protoss is forced back. Supply counts evened up for a second there, but now Protoss is macroing off their gateways. They're already up ahead 20 supply.
Okay, so Protoss...
So now Protoss taking a 5th base.
Yep. It looks like Terran going to establish their 4th by building it in the 3rd to begin with.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a risky proposition to try to set up this 4th base, I feel. Because of where Astrodite 1 is setting up their 5th base, they're going to be able to defend this 5th base and put pressure on the 4th base of Terran all through this north part of the map.
Protoss now on 2-2 upgrades for weapons and armor.
Yeah, meanwhile Terran on weapon and +1 plus finishing on armor.
Ooh, we have Arbiter tech finally coming out. Arbiter's in production and on the way right now.
Yeah, Protoss deciding they finally need to get an Arbiter. Terran does have a Science Vessel ready though.
I just gotta say, I really like how carefully both of these players are playing. You guys did a fantastic job playing this game out. Everything is just so cautious. It makes for a long game, and it's a little slower, sure, but hey, it makes for a good game.
Yeah, definitely a good game here. We see it's a new Vulture Harass going down to the bottom right, but as that's going, Astrodite 1 massing up to attack into 12 o'clock, take out that 4th base location for Terran. Terran has landed their 4th base, but there's 2 tanks here to defend it. The rest of the tanks are kind of in between the 2nd and 3rd base.
We've got some science vessels out on the field here now. Are we going to see some EMP?
Yeah, I would like to see some EMP from Terran. There's definitely energy, and there's a Storm Protoss.
Yep.
Okay, are we going to see an EMP?
Oh, no, unfortunately it doesn't get it off.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I don't have EMP right now. Oh, there's a defense matrix. Oh, there's an EMP. There's a lot of tanks in position, but this is also a lot of Protoss, and so both armies trading very aggressively here. But
yeah.
It looks like Terran's going to lose this high ground. At least a lot of the SCPs are falling at the resource line. Terran is able to reinforce with a good group of tanks and Goliath coming at the high ground. But they do lose their 4th command center, so that's going to put them behind economically.
A little bit unfortunate during that battle that the Zealots weren't able to close the gaps with the tanks. I think that's really what made that a deciding battle for Protoss. Oh, and it looks like we had a pause. Arbiter's out on the field now. "12 gateways for Jedi 1. Doing an excellent job macroing out of them as well.
Yeah, and it looks like we have 9 factories. Terran, so pretty standard amount of production. We do see that Jedi 1's economy is just so superior right now with 3 base mining and 67 workers in comparison to 46 workers for Terran and only 1 base mining. So Terran's definitely behind as far as building units goes. And Jedi 1 able to expand here to the bottom right. There is 1 Arbiter out on the with 150 energy here in top left.
Big army movements from Red here. It looks like Protoss is going to start to consolidate forces and maybe make a push happen.
Yeah, it could be time for another attack up here to the 12 o'clock location and maybe denying this base.
This time the push
Some
is going to be
mines
accompanied
being
by an Arbiter.
placed. Yeah, there is an Arbiter out there, so it's going to be even more powerful than the last one.
There's technically 2, but one doesn't really have energy.
Okay.
Terran
So
just
more
trying to break the
vultures
slow
trying to
ready.
get over here.
Nice.
Yeah, to the top right.
Nice
Some
mine.
nice mines go up. But Protoss army is moving over into position over here in the right side of the map, so they should be able to just split off some forces and defend this base, as well as they can decide if they want to run down this ramp. But there is a lot of mines over there. They must be aware of that potential. And they're splitting off an Arbiter. They're heading it over to the left side.
And some reinforcing goons clean up this lower right, no problem. Okay, upgrade time. Terran mech sitting at +3 attack, +1 armor. Protoss ground, +3 weapons, +1 shields, +3 armor.
Oh jeez. So Protoss upgrade's very good right now. There is a Terran force moving across. Oh, are they going to get the EMP on this Arbiter? They just missed it.
Continuing to chase with the other one. Manages to get that one off, but not before he gets a single stasis off on your vessel. Not too bad though.
Yeah, so Terran perhaps catching Protoss a little out of position here, gets the EMP on the Arbiter, and Protoss has to move way across the map to try to defend the base. And it looks like it may just get taken out.
Yeah, pretty good job. Pretty good catch here from Terran to take out this 4th base.
Here's a big counterattack by Zerg. They're saying, by Protoss, they're saying forget about defending that base. Zerg counterattack. And actually, Terran has nothing really here to defend against this counterattack. They are able to hold on to their net and their factories. There's plenty of units there. But this 4th base is totally exposed. A nice stasis goes off on those tanks. And one of the science vessels gets picked off. Yeah, I think this is too much Protoss here at this location. They're going to whelm the Terran army. And this Arbiter proving very effective with its stasis. Here's a little drop going on in bottom right. It looks like it's going to be able to pick off some pros. But I don't know if that's the way back into this game, as we see Terran's only at 29 workers.
And then we see with the supply counts, Protoss really staying on top. It's still at 181 even after that huge battle. This drop gonna get picked up in the lower right. It does look like it managed to secure a bit of economic damage, so that's good.
Yeah, denying this base is pretty big, as it looks like Protoss is now only on really one mining base, which is in the bottom middle, but they are taking their fourth base location.
Ooh, gonna get a nice lot of probes here with these two siege tanks that no cannons are in range of. Gonna have to pull the probes.
So Protoss isn't mining. Terran has gone with that. Protoss is hard mining at this base, and their other base was just taken out. I think eventually Protoss has so much bank, they're just going to be able to retake the map, and as long as they deny this fourth base from going up for Terran, they should be alright.
This has now been a 30-minute game. How intense.
Yeah, another drop coming here to the bottom of the map, but it is going to be forced back with the amount of cannons there. Oh, and it looks like it's going to get picked off by those Dragoons.
Very nice pick. A noteworthy attribute of this game at this point as it stands is the huge gas bank that Jedi 1 has. 5,500. The possibilities are limitless.
You said limitless?
Basically.
Yeah, here's an attack coming in again at this fourth base location from Terran. So Terran's going to try to push over to Ash Jedi 1 side of the map, take out this base. Let's see if they get an EMP here.
Nice.
They get... There is one Templar left with Storm. They get the Arbiter and two Templar. And there's a Storm gone down.
Good amount of Terran forces here to make this push work, though.
Yeah, not quite enough Terran, I don't think, as Protoss is able to reinforce. They're all moving across the map, and they've got so many units.
Yeah, once these units start to trickle in here, and it's gonna turn the tables completely.
They're kind of going around like an edge, so they're not moving in too fast, but yeah, now here comes the huge force of Protoss.
Solid defense from Protoss, even keeps the Nexus, so all those mining probes still get to work.
Yeah, and taking the bottom right base again, so Protoss is going to be alright. It seems like they've just kind of stabilized after using that base, actually. And Terran now trying to save these stasis tanks, but I think they're going to be there in position.
Good effort. It was a good try.
Yeah, definitely a good try, but I think they're starting to realize this game is slipping out of their hands. They are down in supply by almost, actually more than double at this point.
Terran mechs still missing just one armor upgrade. Protoss just missing one shield upgrade.
Yeah, it looks like that last armor upgrade is about halfway through the Terran. Protoss now moving over to Terran's side of the map. Looks like they maybe want to catch one of these tanks, which is exposed.
Nice.
And the Arbiter goes down, but there's so much Protoss here. Look at all the Zealots.
Yeah, those Zealots getting by is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, getting right on top of the tanks, and the target firing here is not great, so the tanks are all down. And now what does Terran have? Wow, good game is called.
GG, well played gets called. And that's going to put Jedi 1 up 2-0 over, well, you.
Yeah, credit to Ash Jedi 1 there. Well played games from him.
And it looks like he was the winner's bracket finalist as well. So him taking 2 games in the best of 3 means that he gets to keep the crown that he wore ever since the start of this season. So yeah, 2 Tier 0 King of the Tiers under his belt.
Yeah, definitely a tough.
But he just looks so strong. I mean, guy's unstoppable. And looking at the remainder of what we have here, that's it. We're out of replays to cast. That was the entire King of the Tier tournament for the finals.
All right, well, it's been a joy to cast with you. Yeah, what a great tournament. Thanks for helping run it for us.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for casting with me. It was an absolute pleasure. Had fun today. And I think that's going to wrap it up for us, right?
Yeah, thanks to all the viewers too for tuning in and everyone who played their matches in the CPL tournament. It's always great to see some amateur StarCraft go. So I appreciate all you guys for playing.
So that's going to be it from us. This has been the King of the Tiers tournament casted by myself and Royal Blue. We'll see you guys on the CPL Discord. Peace.
Peace.